The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3448. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3448 by Darby, relating to the access by a certificated telecommunications provider to the rights-of-way and poles of the electric cooperative.
Chair recognizes Mr. Darby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you'll allow me to take a moment to explain my intent to postpone this bill. Over the past two
Mr. Darby for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm postponing this because of important issue relating to pole attachers and electric cooperatives. We were unable to come to an agreement. It's still an issue that is important. We intend to take it up over the interim, but in the meantime, I intend to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3448 until August 3rd, 2025, and when the cooperatives have their convention, they're going to be talking about this issue as I am during the interim. So with that, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I move to postpone.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3006. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3006 by Canales, relating to the purchase and installation of a climate control systems at facilities operated by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry. Thank you. The bill targets key areas of housing units and medical spaces, kitchens and administrative offices in state prison facilities to ensure that the most critical spaces are temperature controlled. We move passage.
Question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 3006. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Alders voting nay. They've all voted. There being 89 ayes, 43 nays, House Bill 3006 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2844. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2844 by Landgraf, relating to the regulation of mobile food vendors, requiring an occupational license, imposing fees, authorizing an administrative penalty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Food Truck Freedom Bill. This would establish one statewide permit for food trucks so that regardless of the local jurisdiction, there is no need to have multiple licenses that do exactly the same thing. And I do believe that I have a perfecting amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Landgraf.
Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment incorporates recommendations from the State Office of Administrative Hearings to improve the appeals process. It also aligns food handling requirements for food trucks with those already in place for brick and mortar restaurants, and it ensures that health inspection grading is consistent with current practices used by DSHS, and I move adoption.
Mr. Landgraf sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Happy to.
The gentleman yields.
So now that you've added your amendment, it's a fairly substantial bill, actually. And I like that you say it's mobile food, food vendor freedom. And yet I think maybe some people might see that a little differently because it does override local control. It preempts our local cities.
It does, yes.
I would imagine that different cities of different sizes have different needs. Even when it comes to mobile food vendors, I would imagine there might be some mobile food vendors that are smaller. Does your bill contemplate something like someone that sells fruit or popsicles out of a little cart?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and how does it address the differences?
Well, to the extent that there is a difference in those permits, which in most cases there's not, most mobile food vendors operate under one permit, but have to have multiple permits if they're operating within different local jurisdictions. So even within your district in the city of Austin, if you're outside of the corporate limits of the city, but somewhere in Travis County, theoretically, Travis County could have one permit. The city of Austin could have another permit. And by the way, we have taken into consideration and incorporated a lot of the feedback that we received from quite a few municipalities, including the city of Austin, on this amendment. That's one reason why it was included. We've taken a lot of those concerns into consideration. But having multiple local permits that all do exactly the same thing seems a bit unnecessary for those vendors. So we want to make sure that they are able to do what they do best without having to really just pay for, have their overhead costs increased by having to pay for multiple permits that, again, are simply duplicates of each other.
So I get it on the permits. So now one size does fit all in terms of being able to get the correct permit, not having to get it from different jurisdictions. But I noticed in the bill that there's also some regulations around how close they can be to commercial businesses and things like that. That's where I really feel like maybe one city might be very different than another.
Well, and I want to be very clear, this is the statewide license for mobile food vendors, for food trucks. There are still applicable local ordinances on time, place, and manner restrictions. There can still be there still is a substantial element of local control. What this is really addressed, and we actually go out of our way to codify that within the amended version of this bill. But what we really are trying to prevent here, and I think what the amended version of this bill does, is it simply does away with the need to have duplicate permits and or licenses that do exactly the same thing.
How long do vendors have to get the permits?
I'm sorry?
What is the time frame for vendors getting these permits? Is there any concern that some vendors may not get their permit in time, impacting their business?
No, so DSHS is the department that issues the permit. Yes, there will be enough time for those permits to be issued relative to the effective date of this bill as it's being introduced, or as it's being laid out today.
So I think I'm reading here that they have until July 1st, 2026 to get their license.
That's right. That's when the DSHS license will be available for the applicants.
Okay, that's just when it becomes available.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware of any specific local regulations that are going to be superseded by this bill?
Yes, I mean the main one that that this bill is designed to supersede is having different permits for the operation of a food truck across multiple jurisdictions within the state of Texas.
And so I will say that I was given a no recommendation on this again. Are you aware of the city of Austin saying that they are fine with this new permitting
No,
process?
they're not fine with it because they will lose out on the revenue from the permit, just like every municipality in the state will. But if it's just if that's the whole purpose of having multiple local jurisdictions that are issuing the same permit based on the same health standards across the state of Texas, then all we're doing is just forcing these small businesses, and food trucks, as you know, Representative Goodwin, are almost exclusively small businesses. Then if that's the only purpose of having that, then good riddance.
Did this bill come from food vendors that were having to get multiple permits? Okay.
Yes.
And when will the guidelines come out, the new licensing guidelines, and how will these vendors know?
Yeah. So with the effective, I mean, that's what DSHS is being directed to do through this bill, is to have the guidelines, have the permits issued by mid-2026, and then from the effective date, which would be this fall, until that period of time, that's when those guidelines from DISH's standpoint would be rolled out, and of course, the vendors across the state would be notified of what those specifics are.
Can vendors apply for an exemption or an extension if they're not ready or if they miss the first deadline due to lack of communication?
That's one of the details that DISH's would be empowered to fill in the blank on that. But obviously, with more than 12 months before that permit is available on a statewide basis, there's plenty of time to get all of that figured out.
And I think that you've already answered this, but I just want to be sure that cities are still able to regulate food truck parks, access to utilities like electricity, parking requirements, and zoning.
100%. Those types of restrictions are not being preempted by this bill.
So I agree that a statewide framework is helpful, but I also believe that local control is very valuable. I guess my last question,
And to that point, Representative, I think this bill does a very good job of striking that balance, where we have one permit statewide, but still have elements of local control where it's needed the most.
and finally, what happens if a vendor continues operating without a license after the deadline?
Then they would be an unlicensed food vendor.
All right. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Goodwin.
Mr. Wally, for what purpose? Mr. Wally, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Chairman Landgraf yield for a few questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman yields.
Chairman Landgraf, I'm trying to understand. I know in the exchange in the previous exchange, we talked about preempting local communities, and obviously, you're very well aware of where we represent in Houston and Harris County. 2 million people that live in the city of Houston, another 2 million, and change, and another 2 million and change that live in unincorporated Harris County, and you have to get different licenses. On one street, you can be in the county, on another street, you can be in the city, and it's just kind of difficult to maneuver the licensing procedure. So this would make it uniform so that if you're on one side of the street, north of, I would say, Little York in Houston, one side of the street, north of Little York, you're in the county, south of Little York, you're in the city, that would be uniform under your bill. Is that how I read it?
Chairman Wally, that's exactly right. There would be one permit that would apply to both of those very close in proximity locations. One permit issued by the state would apply, rather than that food truck operator having to have one permit from the city of Houston and then one from Harris County to do exactly the same thing.
Okay. Now, I know we need to have uniform standards, hot water, you need to have sanitation. And obviously, if you're a mobile food unit, you don't have to have restrooms and whatnot and all that. But does the bill contemplate at least having that baseline sanitary structure as well? Is that how I understand it?
Yes, yes, sir, it does. I mean, we don't want to sacrifice the health, safety, or welfare of the public in having this streamlined permitting process. So we do want to have that baseline standard. I would say it's actually a very high standard. Same one that applies to brick and mortar restaurants across the state. Same one that already applies to most food trucks across the state through local jurisdictions. But in the event that there would be differing standards, this would eliminate that so that we have one uniform standard.
And logistically,
Yeah.
the runway, right? Because as your bill is implemented, do we allow for, I don't want to say reciprocity, but do you allow for the ability of these food the local communities to phase out their permits, right? Because they won't be able to issue those permits. They won't be able to take in the fees of those permits. Now that structure will be transferred to dishes. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, that's right. And when you think about it, it's, most of the cost that's associated from a local government with this has to do with the inspection process.
Right.
That's all going to be assumed by the state moving forward with the statewide permit.
Okay.
So there's really not, that cost associated. Now, when the effective date happens, then, that fee and that permit will be necessary. But with that being more than a year in the future, and most of these local permits only, on average across the state, only lasting for 12 months,
Okay.
there's really not going to be, it's going to be a very seamless transition. And it's designed to be that way.
Okay, and then back to the logistics again. Because I know in City Houston you have to go through a pretty long process to get your permit, but you also have to leave your spot, I guess, your space, and then go empty out your grease trap.
Right. Yeah, it's called,
and the
it's called
waste. How does that work in the bill as well?
Yeah, so that my understanding is that's kind of called a commissary model where,
Right.
yeah, rather than just being in a fixed location all the time, you do have to go check in.
Right.
And that was something that I wanted to address that we could make sure could continue to be the case within the local purview of time, place, manner restrictions.
Okay.
And so that is something that was incorporated into the amendment that we adopted. So that is accounted for now in this version of the bill.
Okay. Last question. Would you consider this bill having a food truck on having a taco stand, taco truck on every corner?
I wouldn't disagree with that characterization.
So we can now have taqueria, taco truck freedom.
Wouldn't the world be a better place if we did?
So
Yes.
we need to have tacos on every corner.
Tacos on every corner.
Okay. Tacos de pastor. Are you for tacos de pastor?
Tacos al pastor. Sí.
Okay. Are you for tacos de carnitas?
I am very much so.
Okay. Are you for tacos de fajita?
Absolutely.
And do you like tortillas de harina o de maíz?
Con maíz.
¿Quieres maíz?
Maíz.
Maíz. Do you like mollejas? Do you like cebolla cilantro?
Yeah.
¿Cebolla cilantro? ¿Te gusta cebolla cilantro?
Con cilantro.
Con cilantro, sin cebolla.
Sí.
¿Salsa verde o salsa roja?
Gentlemen, please
Verde.
confine your
Verde.
remarks to the subject of the bill.
It is subject to the bill. It's about the food vendors, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman. I appreciate your time. Chairman Guerin, I've taught him too many Spanish slang sitting next to me, so I'm going to let him say a few words to the new Toxico that's behind me.
Mr. Guerin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield?
Por señor tóxico, sí.
Gracias.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Are you aware how many municipalities there are in Tarrant County?
In Tarrant County, I mean, certainly.
There are 41 separate municipalities in
Okay.
Tarrant County. And to go from one part of Fort Worth to another part, you'll drive through maybe 2 or 3. The guy that cooked your food that you had tonight, he and his wife have a food truck. And it's parked in Fort Worth, has a permanent place in Fort Worth, but he gets a catering job in Benbrook or Colleyville or anywhere else, then he has to have a permit there. It's ridiculous, and they're more regulated than a brick and mortar restaurant. You've got a good bill, and we've got to pass it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2844. The record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. All voted. Have all voted. There being 123 ayes, 12 nays, House Bill 2844 is passed to engrossment. The chair announces the signing of the following in the Presidents of the House.
HB number 21, HB number 37, HB number 116, HB number 913, HB number 1151, HB number 1238, HB number 1327, HB number 1610, HB number 1615, HB number 1620, HB number 1689, HB number 1899, HB number 2809, HB number 2884, HB number 2890, HB number 4215, HB number 5092, HCR number 7, HCR number 75, HCR number 86, HCR number 92, HCR number 93, HCR number 126.
Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 5673. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 3037. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 3037 by Zaffarini, relating to the creation of La Cima Municipal Management District Number 1, providing authority to issue bonds, providing authority to impose assessments, fees, and taxes, granting a limited power of eminent domain.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Weiner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill I postponed earlier today to let the Senate bill catch up. It is a local bill, agreeable to all of the parties in our community. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage third reading of Senate Bill 3037. Record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cortez voting aye. Have all voted. There being 87 ayes, 48 nays, Senate Bill 3037 is passed the third reading. Ms. Weiner moves to lay House Bill 5673 on the table. Subject to call. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out House Bill 4921 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4921 by Y. Davis of Dallas, relating to restrictions on the use of state funds to benefit private entities that outsource jobs to foreign countries.
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4921 until 9:30 p.m. today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? The chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 105 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 105 by Guillen, relating to the Texas Jobs, Energy, Technology, and Innovation Act.
Chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm still working on a few amendments with some of the members. I move to postpone further consideration of HB 105 until 9 p.m. today.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
gentlemen, yield.
On the motion?
Yes.
On the motion to postpone.
Yes.
For questions, yes.
Will the gentleman yield for questions on the motion?
Yes.
The gentleman yields.
What kind of tacos you like? No, I'm kidding. Chairman, Chairman Hunter's got a very good question, sir. Chairman Gill, I know we've been working with you to try to get somewhere. Is it your intent to continue to work with members to address concerns that they have if we give this motion to postpone?
We've been trying, yes.
Yes, sir.
We're going to continue to try.
Would you agree with me that the spirit of the work that we do here on this floor is better done when it is left to the members that get to stand inside this brass rail as opposed to those that get to watch from above and give comments from the cheap seats?
Yes,
Okay, I look forward to trying to get this worked out with you, sir.
yes, thank you.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3241. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3241 by Harris Davila, relating to the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
Chair recognizes Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a local bill for Georgetown, Texas to use hotel occupancy tax revenue to build or expand a hotel and convention center project. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3241. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mrs. Wiener voting aye. Have all voted. There being 92 ayes, 38 nays, House Bill 3241 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3680. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3680 by Gomez, relating to subdivision plat requirements in certain counties.
Chair recognizes Ms. Gomez to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, good evening. HB 3680 is a completely local bill. I repeat, a completely local and bracketed bill to Cameron County. I am so happy to have my fellow border members from Cameron County as joint authors on the bill, Representative Longoria, Representative Lopez, and Representative Guillen. This bill is supported by our Cameron County judges, our Commissioners Court, land developers, and Texas housers. Ladies and gentlemen, 3680 ensures that Cameron County property owners are not saddled with tax bills on land they cannot sell. Thank you for bringing back freedom to property ownership in Cameron County.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield?
The lady yields for questions.
Surely.
The lady yields.
Representative Gomez, you and I are the closest of friends, but on one issue we might sometimes differ. But look, I understand what you're trying to do for your district. The only ask is in the future, if there's a bill that will bring more colonias, so you'll stand with us to make sure that we do not expand more colonias on the border. Fair?
Absolutely fair, and I am certain, ladies and gentlemen, 3680 does not do that in Cameron County, given that it only affects parcels of land less than 10 acres.
I agree with you. Oh, I just want to make sure in the future, should someone try to continue to do this in another capacity and use this bill, we will stand together to make sure it doesn't happen.
Absolutely. This
All
is why
right.
it's strictly bracketed to Cameron County.
Great bill, thank you.
Thank you. Move passage, Mr.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3680. Is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bumgarner voting aye. Have all voted? There being 97 ayes, 35 nays, House Bill 3680 is passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3169. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3169 by Bumgarner, relating to the authority of certain municipalities to receive certain tax revenue derived from a hotel and convention center project and to pledge certain tax revenue for the payment of obligations related to the project.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bumgarner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3169 adds the city of Carrollton to the list of eligible cities to participate in the 10-year tax rebate for a qualified hotel project. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3169. Record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 79 ayes, 47 nays, House Bill 3169 is passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2078. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2078 by Gerdes, relating to the joint planning of desired future conditions in groundwater management areas.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would bring needed transparency and accountability to our groundwater planning process by requiring GCDs to track and report their progress to long-term...
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2070. Oh.
I've got an amendment.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gerdes.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes.
This is a great clarifying amendment, removing a few provisions that clarify some things for the clarifying perfecting amendment. I move adoption.
Mr. Gerdes sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Gerdes to close on the bill.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2078. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted. There being 120 ayes, 16 nays, House Bill 2078 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2507. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 2507 by Leach relating to automatic orders of non-disclosure of criminal history record information for certain misdemeanor defendants following successful completion of a period of deferred adjudication community supervision.
Chair recognizes Mr. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will allow Texans to more easily clear minor, low-level criminal records. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 2507. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2507 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4559. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4559 by Olcott relating to the repeal of Chapter 668 of the Government Code.
Chair recognizes Mr. Olcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill may be the most important bill we consider all session. It removes Chapter 668 of the Government Code. That chapter contains one section, which is a definition that no longer applies. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 4559. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 132 ayes, 6 nays, House Bill 4559 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3946. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2141. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2141 by Zaffarini relating to the issuance of a specialty license plates for state and federal judges.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses an important judicial security concern. Currently, judges who use specialty license plates must display labels like state judge or U.S. judge. While intended to honor their service, these visible markers can make them targets for threats and harassment. Law enforcement, including U.S. Marshals and Texas DPS, have raised concerns about this exposure. 2141 would give judges the option to remove these public designations, these public targets on their back, while still allowing law enforcement to verify their status through systems like TLETs. Mr. Speaker, members, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2141. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all voted? There being 101 ayes, 33 nays, Senate Bill 2141 is passed the third reading. Ms. Gomez moves to lay House Bill 2141 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 3460. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading Senate Bill 2185. The clerk will read the bill.
SB number 2185 by Hinojosa of Nueces relating to the bilingual education allotment under the public school finance system.
The chair recognizes Dr. Buckley to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, happy to lay this bill out on behalf of Chairman Dutton. This bill is a cleanup bill that allows more school districts to receive funding that's allocated for bilingual in HB 3 in the 86 legislature. It allows schools that use alternative language methods such as immersion to receive the bilingual education allotment that's already been allocated by House Bill 3.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I'll yield for questions.
The gentleman yields.
And I know, Chairman, this isn't your bill, so I feel bad even asking you questions, but
okay.
there is lots of questions about this bill for people who've been advocating for the bilingual ed allotment.
Yeah.
So can you talk a little bit about some of the testimony you heard in committee? On full transparency, I would like to hear both the positive and concerns that were raised during the committee on this bill.
Well, I think there is no doubt that there's a shortage of specially certified bilingual teachers in Texas, and many are working towards their bilingual teaching certificate. TEA allows in the Education Code to grant an exception for districts to use a TEA-approved alternative language method to meet the needs of emergent bilingual students, and they receive the initial allotment. However, TEA has determined that they do not have the authority to apply the same exception of additional education allotment that was created by House Bill 3 if they're not using the traditional method of bilingual education, such as immersion. And this would allow those schools and educators that use the immersive bilingual education method to receive the allotment.
Do you know how much money is delegated for that particular area that you're talking about?
Not off the top of my head, I'm not advised.
Just to inform you, it's around $10 million.
Yeah, $10
And so this bill, correct me if I'm wrong, would give the commissioner more power, which we've had questions about the power of the TA commissioner over the legislature. So to give him specific power to distribute the $10 million of funds that this bill is talking about. Does that feel accurate?
Well, I don't know. I think it's more breadth, if you will. It's the ability to send this allotment to a more diverse usage in our bilingual allotment.
Do you know how many schools are actually doing this type of curriculum?
I do not. I don't think it's a tremendous number, but there are some, and from what I understand through testimony, that they've been very successful. That's a very successful program, and some of our schools use this literally as a mechanism of providing high-quality bilingual instruction.
So we know that there are lots of rules and speculations when it comes to the bilingual education allotment. Would this alter those rules that the other schools have to abide by?
Well, no, I don't believe so. I think it simply allows, it clarifies the interpretation or what was codified in HB 3 in the 86 legislature to allow schools that use an alternative language method, such as immersion, to qualify for the allotment. I think it's really that simple.
I also think that when we were doing HB 3, there was an intent to maybe to give some time for these schools to go under the bilingual ed and not necessarily continue down this pathway.
Yeah, that may be the case, but I think when you look at the shortage of bilingual educators overall, that it really is a time for all hands on deck with many different methods of instruction are proven to be effective. And this just allows, really codifies what TEA, I believe what the original intent of HB 3 was, and that was to make sure that we have quality bilingual instruction.
So I guess my question, I know you've done a lot of work on increasing certified teachers when it comes to public schools, but would this create a different pathway for more uncertified teachers when it comes to bilingual education?
I don't think so. There'll be other legislation before this committee that really speaks to bilingual certification. We have waiving of certification fees for future bilingual educators, as well as a change in how we do their certification. If they miss one part, they don't have to retake the whole certification exam. They can simply take that part that they didn't achieve at a high enough level at.
And I applaud your efforts when it comes to teacher certification, particularly when it comes to special ed and bilingual ed.
Yeah.
But I think the concern for this bill specifically is the appropriation of the $10 million on top of creating pathways for uncertified bilingual teachers, and the idea that eventually this area might be reconsidered to be moved under more traditional methods and protections for those students.
Yeah, I would just push back on that to say that I believe the schools that would now qualify have a track record of being successful, and somehow crowding them out of being able to provide high quality bilingual instruction doesn't meet the moment of when we need them now more than ever, as we continue to, and we're going to increase the pathway of the more traditional certification route.
And I agree with you, and I think if there were some guardrails like recruitment efforts for certified teachers or some quotas for certified teachers, but unfortunately this bill doesn't have that, and so I don't know if Chairman Dunn is going to be back tomorrow, but I would like to have a conversation with him about if there could be some guardrails around making sure that we're doing what we say we should be doing in this area.
All right. Thank you very much. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to third reading of Senate Bill 2185. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Show Mr. Wally voting nay. Have all voted. There being 72 ayes, 66 nays, Senate Bill 2185 is passed the third reading. Dr. Buckley moves to lay House Bill 3460 on the table subject to call. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3405. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3405 by Hayes relating to the contents of a trust accounting.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Texas Property Code currently requires trustees to provide detailed accountings that separate receipts and disbursements between principal and income. This requirement was established to protect beneficiaries in traditional trust structures, where different individuals receive distributions from either the principal or the income of the trust. However, many times the beneficiary of the trust are the same, and therefore there is no need to split those two up. With that in mind, I move adoption.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3405. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye from the back of the chamber. Show Mr. Gerdes voting aye. Have all voted. There being 140 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3405 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 475. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 475 by Johnson relating to Medicaid coverage and reimbursement for multi-systemic therapy services.
Chair recognizes Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We passed this provision out of the House last session, but it did not make it through the Senate. I am grateful to be here again to talk to you about multi-systemic therapies. And I know from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that some of your papers have concerns about the legislation. So please let me explain my experience. As a juvenile defense attorney, when I first got there, I had been a prosecutor and I had seen kids that come in and out of what I'm going to call that revolving door of criminal justice. About 10 years ago, we started doing alternative court programs where rather than just having a child go through on probation, we created more structure, worked with the families, and worked with the young people. There was one young man in particular. His support system was his grandmother. He had been born addicted to crack cocaine. And when I met him, I really thought, this is a kid destined for a gang and destined to be in and out of this services. He had great success, and it was a program like MST. MST wasn't here yet. He made it through that mental health court, and a couple years later, he came back to me to get his record sealed. For me, it was a huge shift in recognizing that that population of folks that we think will be a drain on criminal justice, will be a danger to society, that if you can get them at the right time, we can actually be successful in the program. Years later, continuing in juvenile justice as both the defense attorney and then again as a prosecutor, this program called MST came out, Multi-Systemic Therapies. And Harris County was the beginning of it. We have had great success with MST. That program has been expanded into other areas, and we again have seen great success in pockets of Texas. But it is not fully expanded into Texas. And more importantly, if you have private insurance, you can get into MST as an at-risk youth. But if you're a Medicaid recipient, you can't. Oftentimes, this is the most important program. And so I'm asking, and I appreciate it, here's the problem. I'm not chubbing. No, I'm not chubbing. You guys made a policy decision, you don't like this, and I want you to know what you're voting on. If you vote on this because of this is not a chub. I'm addressing your concerns because you've asked Republicans to vote no. And I'm letting you know, if you vote no, you're saying that the most at-risk youth who actually have an opportunity to get a successful program and reduce recidivism. This is actually a good program for public safety and ensuring the most violent youthful offenders don't reoffend. And so right now, you can put kids on counseling and you can put kids in hospital beds. You don't have the middle bridge. That's what MST does. That's why the health plans and others came to testify in our committee to say, look, we actually need this. This is a gap in services for youthful offenders that are high risk for becoming violent adults, and we do need the program. I'm going to move passage.
Mr. Tallarico, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentlelady yield?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
The lady yields.
Thank you, Representative Johnson, for bringing this bill. You know, I served on the Juvenile Justice Committee for 3 terms. I actually became familiar with these types of programs and therapies, and so I think it's something that everyone in this body can support. I don't know if you mentioned this in your layout, but we passed something off this House floor, a very similar policy last session. Is that correct?
We have.
And so just, we have an acronym, MST, sounds confusing, sounds wonky, but if I'm not mistaken, it keeps youth that could be in foster care or the juvenile justice system, keeps them out of those systems and keeps them at home safely in the community and helps them get back on their feet. Is that?
Exactly right. It keeps kids in home. It keeps kids out of CWAP, which is children without a placement. It is the most cost-effective thing that we can do to keep kids in their home with their parents as opposed to removing them by the state.
And therefore saves us money.
Absolutely saves us money.
So I want to talk about the research basis for this, because I've heard a couple comments on the floor about whether or not there's evidence for the effectiveness of this program. I mean, I'm looking here and it says there are over 100 peer-reviewed studies that rigorously evaluate MST programs and show how effective they can be, and these are independent researchers. Is that your understanding?
That's correct. It's not only been validated. If you happen to be private insurance, you can get this. But if you're somebody that the state has a responsibility for, the state says we're not going to give it to you, which is contrary to our best financial interest and our interest to say we want to keep kids at home and not taken into foster care.
And I mean, some of these long-term outcomes include a 75% reduction in violent felony arrests over 20 years. Is that right?
Exactly. And so, look, you know, for those that have been in criminal justice, we can tell you, a youthful offender, those are the kids that do things that an older offender is not going to do, that rapid, violent, not having a fully developed frontal lobe. That's the population you want to work with at a time where you can be successful and reduce your rate of recidivism. What that means is no more revolving door in criminal justice, no more violent crimes, no more violations to public safety, and less money spent by the state to incarcerate and house them.
And just to put some numbers to that, I'm looking at these studies that show a 54% reduction in rearrests over time.
Correct. You stop the revolving door of criminal justice when you do programs like this at an early age.
And in New Mexico, our neighbor next door, MST program saved $71,000 per youth, even after treatment costs.
Correct. This is unquestionably a cost savings in the short term and the long term.
So if just doing this quick math, for every dollar that we invest, Texas could see a little over $3 up to $5 in societal returns through reduced crime and behavioral health needs.
Absolutely. When we talk about, hey, when we say this is a mental health issue, that's exactly what this is. This is a mental health issue. This is a way for us to put in and say we support mental health treatment for kids, especially those that are most violent, and we know that it will save Texas money in the long run and prevent violent crime in the future.
I mean, this could be a game changer. Less delinquency, reduced substance use, greater reductions in antisocial behaviors, better family functioning, higher parent well-being, less disruptive behavior in schools. I mean, we've had a major conversation this session about behavior problems in schools. We passed a bill to start addressing some of those in the classroom and in the school environment, but something like this could be a game changer to deal with some of these problems.
It is, and I appreciate the time and attention. It's an important policy. I hope that my Republican colleagues now have a better understanding of why this policy is economically a good thing to do and the right thing to do for public safety.
Last question for you, Representative Johnson. This is not new to Texas. We've successfully implemented MST programs in rural and suburban counties, in Uvalde, in Hayes, in Caldwell, Gonzales, Liberty County. I mean, these are areas of the state that have seen success with this program.
Not only seen success, this bill opens it up to every county in the state and every child on Medicaid.
I think this is a huge bill, could be a game changer, and I thank you for bringing it.
I appreciate it. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 475. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hefner voting nay. Have all voted. There being 80 ayes, 58 nays, House Bill 475 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3463. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3463 by Wale relating to the prosecution of the offense of theft of service.
Chair recognizes Mr. Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3463 is a cleanup bill that seeks to expand the modes of communication for the victims of theft of service. So last session, members, we passed HB 2897, thankfully by this body, to expand which records victims can use when sending a demand letter. Usually that demand letter has to be sent, as a victim, you have to send a certified letter, return receipt, and now we're working to expand how to send that letter. Okay, so many workers fall victim to theft of service. Theft of service when they perform a service for a client yet receive payment with a check with insufficient funds, commonly known as a hot check. And filing a criminal complaint for theft of service or for a hot check requires that the victim, again, as I mentioned, to send a certified demand letter as the initial step. So right now, the theft of service provision under the Penal Code requires this demand letter to be sent through a registered or certified mail or by commercial delivery service. This creates an unnecessary hurdle for those victims who were robbed of theft of service when they do jobs on behalf of their clients. With this bill, we attempt to expand the ways we send that letter using electronic forms of communication. That's all the bill does, is allows for a tool to be used for those folks that were victims of theft of service to be able to have a recourse in the criminal complaint. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3463. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Fairley voting aye. Have all voted. There being 134 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 3463 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3441. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3441 by Luther relating to the liability of vaccine manufacturers for advertising a harmful vaccine.
The chair recognizes Ms. Luther for her first bill.
Good evening, everyone. HB 3441 holds vaccine manufacturers accountable if they advertise a vaccine that causes injury.
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Will the gentle lady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Of course.
The
I
lady
kind of
yields.
feel like I should let some other members ask.
Just bring it.
My questions aren't funny. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't realize that this was going to be your first bill.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Well, I would like to know a little bit more about your bill to start with. You didn't really lay it out. Would you go ahead and tell us a little bit about your bill?
Yeah, basically, if a vaccine manufacturer advertises on TV, media, print, social media, and that vaccine causes an injury to someone, then they will actually become liable, and you can sue them.
And I noticed it used the word influencer. I think of myself as an influencer. Would they get in trouble if I advertise the vaccine? And
Only if you're getting paid to do that from the manufacturer.
All right. Are you concerned that with increased liability on vaccine manufacturers that they will be hesitant to advertise even vaccines that are proven to be effective and low risk?
No.
Your bill still allows for promotional items in a clinic or a doctor's office, which is great. However, there are some individuals who simply don't visit a doctor's office that often, specifically those without insurance or for whatever reason just don't visit the doctor. And now they won't be informed about vaccines that could save their or their children's lives. Are you concerned about that?
How are they getting a vaccine then?
I'm sorry?
How would they get a vaccine if they're not going to their doctor?
Well, from advertising, that's what I'm saying. They might see, for example, with this measles outbreak, they might see some information and realize it's in their community, and maybe now they have heard through this advertising that you can still get the vaccine even if you haven't been vaccinated previously to protect yourself from measles. But now with your bill, that may not be the case.
I think that if someone is interested in getting a vaccine, it's extremely important that they talk to a medical professional that can speak to them about the risks and the advantages of getting a vaccine.
Okay, so I understand that with this being your first bill and
No, please, I would
our
love to
tradition,
answer all the questions.
I will wait and I will come back at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for just a few questions?
The lady yield for questions.
I yield for
The
questions.
lady yields.
Thank you so much. I had a quick question, few quick questions. You know, we've been here late nights, long days, and I know even though people think just because I'm bald that I just wake up and that's it, but you know, I was wondering, would you mind giving me a haircut tomorrow?
Well, it actually wouldn't be legal for me to do that since I do not have a cosmetology license.
Now, has that ever stopped you?
I'm not a good rule follower, I will tell you that for sure. So no.
Okay, lastly, I just want to ask, have you ever seen a show called Orange is the New Black?
Yes.
I am so glad that you're representing it today.
Thank you so much.
Love working with you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Kane, for what purpose?
question for the author.
Will the lady yield for questions?
I yield for questions.
Lady yields.
Ms. Luther, do you recall the first time we ever spoke? I mean, it was a stressful time for you. Do you remember what year that might have been?
Are you talking about on my campaign or here?
No, it was kind of during a time period, about 2020 time period. Was that stressful for you?
I don't know if it was stressful or not. Necessary would be the word I would use.
Yeah. Was there anybody on this floor that was an attorney that helped get you out of jail?
I think there were a few, and I think you got an illegal haircut during that time, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Ward Johnson, for what purpose?
with the gentlelady, let me ask her a question.
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will from a freshman.
Representative Luther,
The lady yields for a freshman.
who calls you Shirley?
You're going to make me cry because it's you, and you sound just like my Mimi, who's not here anymore. And a crazy story is I called my mom and had her say my name, and I said, who does this sound like? And she said, sounds like our Mimi. Thank you for saying that.
You're welcome, Shirley.
The chair would advise the remaining members at the back mic that it is improper for an existing freshman to haze another freshman, but y'all haven't listened before now, so go ahead.
I got to do it anyways.
Mr. Verdell for what peppers?
Will the gentlelady yield for
The
questions?
lady yield for questions.
I yield.
The lady yields.
Representative Luther, I just want to tell you, in 2020, when I watched very few people willing to stand up and do the right thing, you were willing to do that when a lot of people chose not to. I want to tell you how grateful I am to get to be a freshman with you, and it's amazing to watch you stand up for people's rights. And I appreciate what you're doing in this bill, because it's basically just saying if they're going to advertise this and push that out there, they should be held liable just like any other company. And I think that this is an excellent bill, and I hope that no one will kill this on a point of order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield?
Will the gentlelady yield?
I yield for
The
questions.
lady yields.
So who
For
else got
questions.
a illegal haircut at that time with Briscoe?
I think that was you too, Steve.
I did get a haircut, both of them, yes.
Thank you.
And when I was with Briscoe, they even put him in the big boy seat. It was really great.
It's you and Nancy Pelosi.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Bumgarner for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Will the
I
lady
yield
yield?
for questions.
The lady
Now,
yields.
I know you do hair,
I
but
do
do you
not.
also do beards?
I could, but it wouldn't look very good.
I think you'll do just fine. Now, also, I know that you moonlight as a singer on your free time. What's a favorite song that you like to sing?
I like 80s rock. I will not.
Please? All right, you're lame.
Ms. Troxclair for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes.
Lady yields.
So have you noticed the ridiculousness of some of these pharmaceutical names that have been advertised recently?
I try not to watch TV too much. It's a little.
It's getting a little out of control. So I thought that you could maybe just play a little game and tell me whether or not this is a real or fake name for a pharmaceutical that's being advertised right now. Okay, you ready? Skyrizi. Real,
That's real.
or fake?
That's real.
All right. Wegovy.
That's real.
Zepbound.
That's real.
Well, we could go on and on, but I think Skyrizi is just Skyrizi. We've really jumped the shark, right?
I think so.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Speaker Phelan for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield
Will
for
the lady
a
yield
question or two?
for questions?
I'll yield for questions.
I'll be brief. What's the criminal penalty?
1 year.
1 year. Is that a Class A?
Well, are you
misdemeanor?
asking me for your bill or me
No,
going
I'm
to jail?
asking you about your bill. Is there any Class A misdemeanors in this bill?
It is actually for court fees and compensation.
What if you don't pay those fees?
What
if you don't pay the fees? Is someone to come get you, put you in jail for a year? Last question. It says relating to the liability of vaccine manufacturers that advertise. Are memes allowed to be advertised in this bill? Is that advertising, Ms. Luther?
I'm not advised.
Good answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Plessa for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, does the gentlelady yield
Will
for
the
some
lady yield
questions?
for questions?
I yield for questions.
The lady
So,
yields.
Representative Luther, you've told us all about your time in the slammer. So I just want to know, are you going to be voting for the bail reform bill?
Absolutely.
And did you get any cool prison tats while you were in jail?
Not any you can see.
Okay. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Texas House.
Thank you.
Ms. Goodwin for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions? The lady yields.
So last question, and I was didn't hear everything that went on, so I'm not sure if you told us about your kangaroo, but I heard that you have a kangaroo.
I have 3 kangaroos.
What are they named?
We have Jolene. I don't know the other ones. Jolene.
Is one of-
Jolene's the latest one. The other ones, I can't remember their names. I'm sorry.
Is one of them Andy Hopper?
We actually joked about that, but they're all female, so.
Okay. Well, you know, I've heard Andy on a woman. So thank you very much. I've enjoyed getting to know you since we do sit fairly close together. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin for what purpose?
I raise a point of order on CSHB 3441 on the grounds of House Rule 11, Section 2, because the committee substitute is of a different subject than the subject under consideration in the original bill.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. Chair recognizes Ms. Luther to continue on the bill.
If you advertise a vaccine in Texas, you will answer to Texans. It's time for Big Pharma to put their money where their mouth is. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment of House Bill 3441. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Alders voting aye, Mr. Leach voting aye, Ms. Bowers voting nay, Ms. Troxclair voting aye, Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Members, I'll give you time to get to your desk. Mr. Little voting aye. Have all voted. Have all voted? There being 99 ayes, 43 nays, House Bill 3441 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out House Bill 5520 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5520 by Gomez, relating to border protection and economic development services, programs, and other measures, including establishing an educational center and programs.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gomez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5520 until 11 p.m. tonight.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3520. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 3520 by Spiller, relating to automobile liability insurance requirements for transportation network company drivers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill addresses commercial auto liability insurance coverage for drivers operating through a transportation network company, a TNC, commonly known as rideshare, Uber, and Lyft. This bill seeks to modernize and improve the insurance provision by reducing excessive and burdensome insurance.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
And does the gentleman yield for questions? And I'll respectfully, I'll let you finish your layout if you'd like to, but I'd like to ask you some
Well,
questions.
the gentleman yields.
Okay. So just to get a clear understanding, what exactly does your bill do to amend the insurance code?
Okay, by explanation,
Yes.
First of all, what everyone in the state of Texas is otherwise required to do for insurance coverage for your auto liability is 30, 60, and 25. And that means $30,000 per individual claim for bodily injury, 60, twice that for the entirety for the whole accident, and $25,000 property insurance. Art, if you're an Uber or Lyft driver, rideshare driver, those insurance amounts go up, and they're in three different categories. Phase one, what we'll call phase one, is when you are an Uber driver, for example, and you turn your app on. You're not necessarily driving, you're not going anywhere, you just turn it on. Automatically, your insurance goes up, your insurance requirements, to where then, instead of 30,000, 30, 60, and 25, it's 50,000 and 100,000 and 25.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, it's hard to hear right now. This is.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
So you said that as soon as you turn your engine on, right, your insurance policy increases, right? Your minimum policy, right? From 30, 60, 25 to I believe
50, 100, and 25. 50,000 per individual, 100 for the accident total, and 25. Now, in phase two is if they receive a request for a ride and they are going to pick up a passenger. All right, they don't have a passenger, they're just driving to pick up the passenger. In that second period, their insurance requirements go up to $1 million. The third phase, phase three, is when they actually pick up a passenger and they're driving that passenger to the destination. their requirements there are the same $1 million. So my bill focuses on phase 2, because during the time period when someone doesn't even have a passenger, their insurance requirements, if we're going to require them to have more, should be more in line with phase 1 when they don't have a passenger. The idea that they should have to have $1 million worth of coverage is truly excessive. And the problem is that the cost of that insurance is driving up the cost for everyone. 20% of a driver's cost, every single ride, is devoted to the cost of insurance if they don't otherwise provide it themselves. So it's very expensive. That expense is also passed on to the consumer. And what the purpose is, and what we tried to do, even I serve on the insurance committee, and Chairman Dean laid out at the start of the session, is one of the things that we're trying to do is reduce the cost of insurance to the consumer. That's exactly what this bill tries to do.
Okay, so like you said, so you said that your bill applies, so these are like Lyft and Uber drivers, right? Correct?
Correct.
Just so people are aware what we're discussing here. And so we're focused on that phase 2, which is when somebody is between rides, right? Not when there's not a is that what you said just now?
My bill reduces phase 2 from $1 million worth of coverage down to the same coverage that they have when they turn on their app and they don't have a rider, because in phase 2 they also don't have a rider. And so that would be the 50, 100, and 25.
But even though they don't have a person in the vehicle, you know, they're going to their next pickup, right? And sometimes like you get paid a little bit more, right, if you can get there quicker, right?
Well,
when you order your Lyft or your Uber or whatever your preferred, it says, you know, you pay a little bit more if they arrive a little bit quicker, and so that would incentivize, whoever's driving the, who is a, transportation, whoever's within that transportation network company, to get there quicker. And so what if they're speeding, or what if they're, trying to rush there to make that little bit of extra money?
And
I don't see how why liability should be reduced.
And I think
on that
I
part.
think that's a valid point if there was actually evidence that Uber drivers are speeding to go to their next pickup, and there's some sort of mad dash to get there. We don't have that data. And as a matter of fact, just out of comparison, you also have people like DoorDash and some of these others that deliver food. They have no additional requirements other than just what the state mandate is. So again, it's, and I would also say this, I think under Uber and Lyft and some of these companies have safeguards, and they have monitors in place to determine if someone is driving excessively. They have ways to monitor that, and I've heard of instances where they actually do that and monitor that.
Well, I mean, I don't think that. I mean, I think that we can look. I'm a personal injury lawyer. I have dealt with car accident cases for almost 20 years now, and that's always a question that someone asks, right? Were you rushing somewhere? Did you have an appointment, right? It's not because there's evidence, but you have to expect, right? Or hey, if you're going to make more money getting from A to B, if you can get there quicker, right? And you're looking at your GPS, because every time I'm in a Uber or Lyft, they're relying on their GPS to get from A to B, right? And so there is some sort of distraction there, because that's another question that people ask when you're deposing, a defendant or a plaintiff, right? Hey, were you distracted somehow? Were you? Did you have an appointment? Did you have to be somewhere by a certain time? Because you have to be able to ask those questions. But just assuming that off the top, right, and reducing the policy coverage off the top, I don't see how someone would be fairly compensated in a situation where someone is negligent when they're going from A to B.
Well, I can, to the amount, let me say this. 85% of all auto insurance claims in the country, 85% are settled for less than $50,000. And so what we're talking about here is where you don't even have a passenger. You don't have a passenger, and you're looking at a $50,000 maximum per individual or $100,000 per accident is not unreasonable. And I think it's fair because these guidelines that were done, and many of them were done across different states. When they were done, we have more information now, and they were done at a time when they were later determined to be excessive, and these are excessive. And what we're trying to do is save money and save costs, but still have the protections in place that we need in the unlikely event that there is, in fact, an accident, that there's sufficient coverage there to pay. And so I think that my bill does that. I understand the points that you're trying to make, but I think that my bill addresses that.
But I mean, but they're still in the scope of what they're doing, right? I mean, if they're currently logged in, I think your bill mentions it refers to when they're logged onto the digital network of this transportation company. I mean, technically, they're still within the scope of what their profession or what, you know, some folks do this kind of just on the side, but they're still within that scope of what they're doing. And so why is it different from when they have a person in the vehicle versus when they're in between picking up a passenger? Because insurance is not that, and your insurance is meant to protect the people on the road that are around you, not necessarily the people. I mean, that's when you have like, personal injury protection. You have other insurance that also protects those people in your vehicle. You know, I just get concerned that if you're on the road and your job is to get from A to B and then from B to C, or and you're trying to do your routes because you depend on your tips, that people are going to be more inclined to try to get there as quick as they can at the expense of other people on the road. If they're looking at their GPS because maybe they're in unfamiliar neighborhoods, and that's been my experience too, where you have folks who just have never even been in that neighborhood before, and so you have to expect there's going to be situations that they're going to be negligent, right? And so when you're doing it at the expense of the person that liability insurance is supposed to protect, I just don't see the reason to have to change those policy limits 1 minute to the next.
Right. Well, first of all, let me clear this up. My bill has nothing to do with uninsured motorist coverage. It has nothing to do with underinsured motorist coverage. It has nothing to do with PIP or personal insurance protection.
I understand that.
It doesn't have anything to do with that. All those things that are in the statute are still there. But that technically is not required by anyone in the state of Texas. It's not required by anyone in here. It's not required by limo drivers. It's not required by taxis. And so my bill doesn't affect any of that at all. My bill is just to reduce the excessive requirement to have $1 million worth of insurance on a vehicle that doesn't have a passenger.
So
and
what
I
is
understand. I'm not
it?
asking to change the $1 million worth of coverage in phase 3. That's fine.
So
I don't
what-
know that we get that. You get to that, and thank goodness you wouldn't. But if and to the extent you needed to, you have that coverage. But what my bill focuses on is this area in between, and saying that phase 2 is much more aligned properly with phase 1 than it is with phase 3.
Sure. So what is the current minimum policy that they have to carry right now?
I'm sorry, that what?
What is that? So what is the current minimum policy limits that they have to carry that your bill is addressing right now? So we're changing it from what to what?
I'm changing it in phase 2, and only phase 2.
Okay.
Is from $1 million worth of coverage down to 50, 100, 25, the same as it would be in phase 1.
Okay, so my understanding is that in my experience, when I've have had claims as a lawyer, as a practitioner, against Uber or Lyft, and when is that they're self-insured. So can you explain for folks who maybe have not dealt with this, the difference between what it is to be self-insured versus, having a regular automobile policy, and what the difference in
My
how that
understanding
works?
is that the driver has an option. They can either obtain this insurance themselves, or they can purchase it through Lyft or Uber. And so if they purchase it through Lyft or Uber, that amount is taken out of each fee or each fare that is paid. Where, as I said, roughly, my understanding is it costs about 20% of every fare. If you ride, you go across town in an Uber and it costs, $20, then 20% of that goes to pay that insurance cost. And that's more than what it should be. And, we live in a society where that cost is not going to be just eaten by the driver. They're going to have to pass that on to the consumer.
I'm finding it's kind of hard to hear you back here, but so in a situation where when they're self-insured, Mr. Speaker, can we get a little bit?
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
In a situation where they're self-insured, do you know if that affects the insurance premiums for other folks? Like in I know we've had these discussions on the floor with other situations. Do you know if...
When I look at the statute and the statute that this bill seeks to amend or modify, there is no provision in there for being self-insured.
No, I understand, but you referenced earlier that this could help reduce insurance premiums across the board. But I'm just telling you, in my personal dealings, when I have handled car accident cases where it was somebody that was a passenger in the vehicle, I'm representing the person who was in the vehicle that was a passenger and was injured, that in my experience, in all the times that I've ever dealt with that, they are self-insured. Uber or Lyft, they were self-insured. And so I'm just trying to make that connection when you said that it's going to reduce premiums to
I
this.
understand. All right, I think I understand what you're asking now. You're saying, the question is, your understanding is that Uber or Lyft themselves, or whatever company, may be self-insured themselves. I don't know that. I don't have any idea about what their structure is, but I do know that the driver has the option to purchase it themselves. If common sense says if the driver could purchase it cheaper than what they're providing, they would.
Gotcha. And just one last question: Does this also apply to the, as we've seen here in Austin lately, the autonomous vehicles? How does this work with the autonomous vehicles?
I don't believe that. I think that's a different section. I think that's something entirely different. So I don't think it has anything to do with
And I know
that.
there's an amendment, and so I'm going to let the amendment be. Thank you, sir.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Zwiener.
Ms. Zwiener. The chair recognizes Mrs. Wiener.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This bill came to my attention when I heard that Rep. Spiller was trying to clarify the insurance requirements for our rideshare drivers, because they do need clarification in some places, so I'm not sure in exactly the way Mr. Spiller's bill is trying to do. What my amendment would do is make sure that our rideshare drivers also carry uninsured and underinsured insurance. And this is critical because we have told the people of Texas that we are requiring these rideshare companies to carry $1 million of liability. But those requirements do not include the requirement that they have uninsured and underinsured insurance, which means that when people step into those cars, if they don't have vehicle insurance themselves, perhaps because they don't own a vehicle, and they are in a collision with another vehicle that is uninsured or underinsured, that rider ends up with no coverage for their injuries. And members, I think this language actually works in favor of companies like Uber and Lyft, because right now we have trial lawyers in Texas who are pinning accidents on Uber drivers because it's the only way to get their clients any relief. Right now, they're having to go after the drivers when there's an uninsured or underinsured situation, even if they're not confident it is that rideshare driver's fault. My amendment will make sure that the promise we made to the people of Texas, that they have $1 million of liability coverage when they walk or when they step into an Uber or Lyft or other rideshare, we will make sure that promise is true, even if they get hit by somebody who does not have insurance. So members, I think this amendment is good for your constituents, and I urge you to vote aye.
Mr. Spiller in opposition. Mr. Waller, for what purpose?
No, I was going to ask Representative Zwainer, but she moved. Yeah.
She'll get to close.
She'll close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me, as to the amendment, number one, I don't believe it's germane to my bill because it deals with a completely different topic of uninsured and underinsured coverage. But nonetheless, members, we don't want to require, as I've said earlier, uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage is not required of anyone in the state of Texas. And if we're not, and we don't require it of any individual here, we don't require it of taxis, we don't require it of limo drivers, we don't require it of anyone. Why would we want to put that burden on these people and on this industry?
Mr. Speaker?
Waller, for what purpose?
Would Chairman Spiller yield for a few questions?
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
Yeah.
Not at this time.
Let me finish my thought real quickly, and then I'm certainly be happy to. And so, members, if we pass this amendment, Texas puts itself in having some of the highest uninsured motorist coverage requirements in the country. That would put us higher than 45 other states, which puts us on par with California, New York, and New Jersey, who have the highest vehicle insurance rates and requirements in the country. That is not the direction we want to go. That's not what we want to do. And so the purpose here is to reduce the cost of insurance, not increase the cost of insurance. Subject to that, I would be happy to take questions.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Waller, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Gentleman yield for questions. He yields for questions.
Representative Spiller, we had just a brief conversation about the bill, and you're aware that my mother drives for a rideshare. It's her second job.
That's great.
And she likes the ability to be able to earn a little bit extra cash from her shift job during the day. And why would we not want to provide some additional protection for that driver who's, probably getting off of work in their first job, turning on their app to go drive, and into the night and maybe on the weekends? Why would we not want to have an additional coverage like uninsured motorists? I think that's what the amendment does for that driver in case something happens, because accidents happen.
Right.
Why would we not want not?
Well, I think the point, and I'll be brief about it, but I think in the phase one, it's the same coverage.
Okay.
Most importantly for your mom, when she's driving someone in phase three, the exact same $1 million worth of coverage is going to be there. It's only on phase two that it would be reduced. But as I've said, 85% of all insurance claims and auto claims that are settled in the entire country are under that 50,000 number. We're talking about 50,000 and 100,000. And also there may be other avenues for her in the unfortunate event if something were to happen, that if that were not enough for the coverage, certainly she may have her own insurance liability policy, which might also apply. I don't know to that. I can't speak to that, but that's certainly possible.
If the driver is on the app and driving somebody, accident happens, the uninsured motorist, because you have a lot of folks that don't drive without insurance, and it's probably happened to many people on this floor. It's happened to me. Why would we not want to at least go, because there's limits in the initial policy, I guess, in the rideshare policy, one, the individual driver's policy, and then third, wouldn't it be helpful to have that additional uninsured motorist policy so that there's the ability to have coverage and spread the risk among the three policies in case something really, really bad happens? You get serious bodily injury. You have some children that might have that might be in there. Unfortunately, you might have a death. You have certain caps by which those policies, unless you bust the caps, by which those policies have a limit on how much those pay out after, even if you bring a lawsuit. After a cause of action maybe that's filed, you have medical bills, you have expenses, you have attorney's fees. By the time that cause of action is completed or goes through the process, why would we not want to have that additional uninsured motorists because people drive without insurance.
Right, and let me clarify something before. When I've said before, and I stated correctly, that uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage in Texas is not required of anyone. It's not required of me. It's not required of you. It's not required by your mom.
Yeah, but they're I mean, to be fair, they're a small business, in essence, a small business on behalf of the rideshare. Now, the rideshare app helps them, right? But they're doing a very special type of job in transporting folks in and around where they want to go to.
But I don't want to be misleading
Yeah.
here, because I do want to say that insurance companies are required to offer that. They offer that, and to decline it, you have to specifically decline that coverage on your policy. So many of us may have that coverage, but no one in the state of Texas is required to do that. So this amendment, we're singling out one group of people that we want to require them to do it, and yet that's not required. It's not required under the law now under any of these, and this amendment wants to go beyond that, go completely opposite of what my bill does, and says we want to require it of this group of people, but we're not going to require it of anybody else.
Well, they're also transporting people, right? They're
Not
doing
at that time. Not at that time. At that time, when they're transporting people, they have $1 million worth of coverage.
Correct.
And I'd hate to think what the accident would be like if that
Well,
you
you don't
would
want. I
have
mean,
that amount, but
to be
certainly
fair,
it's
you
possible.
you never want an accident to occur, right? I mean, you don't want ever to have to call a lawyer to help you resolve these issues. But accidents happen. We never want to get to that point.
Right.
But there's billboards for plaintiffs' attorneys all over the place for that, right? So you never want to have to use one, but you want to have the ability to have that risk spread around so that you can compensate people for being injured or the negligence of another driver, let alone the Uber driver or the Lyft driver. I just thought it would be fair that we'd spread the risk around with this amendment. So I appreciate your time.
You bet. Thank you for your questions.
Ms. Weiner to close on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to emphasize one other important thing about this amendment. In addition to making sure that people who choose to take Uber rides have $1 million of coverage regardless of who causes fault in the accident, this amendment will actually reduce litigation because people will not have to argue about fault. The insurance coverage will be there either way. So members, this makes sure people are safe on our roads, even in accidents with uninsured and underinsured drivers. Please vote yes.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Garcia asks for what purpose?
does the gentle lady yield for some questions?
Generally yield for questions.
Of course.
She yields for questions.
Representative Zwiener, I wanted to ask you whether you were pretty familiar with this particular area of law.
I am slightly familiar. I'm still learning.
Yes, I know that you just graduated. Congratulations. This is an area that I practice in a lot, and I can tell you, in fact, that what you are talking about is very important because, in fact, we know very often, in particular around this particular area of law, that there are a lot of uninsured people who are driving on the roads currently. And so I constantly always tell people, and even me myself, carry UIM coverage for that fact. And I'm sure that you're probably aware as well the amount of people who are driving around on our roads that either lack insurance or lack essentially, high enough policies to cover things like being injured or even being able to properly repair a vehicle. Are you aware of that?
I am. In fact, this amendment idea came to me from the attorney I worked with last summer. And he and I were chatting about another issue, and he told me he actually had 2 or 3 clients right now who were in car accidents as Uber passengers with someone with uninsured or without insurance. And he was stuck between finding no relief for his client or trying to go after the Uber driver, even though he wasn't 100% confident it was their fault. So this amendment will make sure the coverage is there regardless.
Absolutely. And not too long ago, in fact, I understand that even Lyft and Uber used to carry and UIM coverage at one point, but they no longer do. Are you aware of that?
I was not, but thank you for that information.
I just wanted to say thank you so much for bringing this amendment. I think it's a great amendment, and it's one that certainly will protect people on Texas roads. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members,
Speaker.
please vote yes on this amendment. Move adoption.
Ms. Weiner sends up an amendment. Mr. Spiller is opposed. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. So Mr. Spiller voting nay, Mr. Hunter voting nay, Ms. Weiner voting aye, Mr. Patterson voting nay. Mr. Money voting, Mr. Riddell voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all members voted? 59 ayes, 83 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Moody.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Sorry, I was visiting with my good friend, Mr. Spiller, trying to come to an agreement. I don't think we're there yet, but give it time, and maybe we can get there. So currently, as you've heard some of the dialogue, in the instant moment where a ride is accepted, or in the case of a DoorDash where someone's out on a run, right, where there's no rider, the current policy limits that are required under the insurance code are $1 million. The bill as it came to the floor today took that from $1 million to $50,000. What my amendment does is try to strike a balance, understanding that maybe we want to lower those policy limits in those certain circumstances, and it moves that policy limit to $500,000. So that's half of what it is now. And I think that's respectful of the different scenarios that we're talking about, rider versus non-rider. And so that's basically what the amendment does. And I think it strikes a good balance to make sure that we still leave policy limits in place that are fair if we have a serious injury or death.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Garcia Hernandez, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Of course.
Yields for questions.
Please take your time.
Oh, Representative Moody, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions regarding the amendment that you have proposed. So let me just make sure I understand. You are increasing the current amounts that Representative Spiller has in his current bill. Is that correct?
Yes, so the bill as it came to the floor moved the limits in current law from $1 million to $50,000. This amendment would take that back up to $500,000. And we're talking about a very particular scenario, right? We're talking about where a prearranged ride has been engaged in. So two scenarios that I could think of that we could probably all relate to is Uber Lyft driver has been engaged by a rider and they're rushing to pick up the rider on time, right? Time is of the essence for those drivers. And so that would be one example. DoorDash driver has been asked to deliver food. They've picked up the food and are trying to make that delivery on the time that they've promised. Because if you've used those apps, it says we're going to deliver it within a certain amount of time. And so they have no rider, but they have engaged in the service. And so those are two circumstances in which I believe the policy limits should not be dropped down to $50,000, because those are situations in which those drivers are incentivized to move quickly, that you might have a possibility of speeding or some sort of recklessness in their driving, and where accidents can and do happen. And so I think this is a good middle ground where we can say we are reducing the policy limits. We do recognize that these are situations that are different than when a rider is in the vehicle, but we also understand that even when a rider is not in the vehicle, there is an urgency placed on these drivers, and those limits need to be much higher than $500,000.
Thank
or
you.
$50,000, sorry.
Thank you. And I actually wanted to ask you the same question that I had the opportunity to ask Representative Zwiener. Is this a particular area that you're familiar with, this area of law?
I've sat on the Judiciary and Civil Jurisprudence Committee for, I don't know, I think 3 sessions now. So we've actually taken up a lot of bills relating to liability on TNCs. We've passed, I think we passed major reform on those issues, and we worked with stakeholders to do that, to strike a balance, because this is an industry that was emerging at the time, and how do we handle that? And so now it seems like we're going back to this conversation, and we're readjusting in a particular part of the business where I don't think it reflects the right policy. And so while I do understand the purpose of the bill, that we need to reduce these policy limits, I think dropping it from $1 million to $50,000, it far exceeds what we need to do. And so that's why the amendment sets it at $500,000.
Sure. And Representative, are you aware that at one point both Lyft and Uber used to have a higher policy and in fact have dropped that, also used to have PIP and UM/UIM coverage and have also no longer necessarily carry those coverages as well?
Yes, no, I'm very much aware of that. That's been part of the discussion over the last, 6 or 8 years. Yeah.
Sure. And then also, are you aware as well that I think Representative Spiller had talked a little bit about that drivers are able to elect whether they actually will pay out of what they get paid to have coverage for, an accident while they're driving for Uber or Lyft, or they can elect to use their own personal policy in order to essentially, deal with any potential claims that may be filed in the future.
Yes, that's definitely my understanding and how things are working in the industry right now.
So just so you know, from somebody who deals with it on a regular basis, in fact, one of the big problems that we see in that regard is that very often these individuals that are driving for these companies in fact decide to elect to use their personal policies, and their personal policies have indications in there that they are not able to use or file claims if they were using that vehicle for business purposes. So what happens is that Uber and Lyft, because these individuals decide to use their personal policies, essentially get out of covering and protecting individuals that are injured either by their drivers or injured while they are within their vehicles. Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I am aware of that, and I think that really kind of strikes at the heart of the problem, is that, look, this is an industry that, particularly, when we went through the pandemic, this is an industry that exploded, right? We are now used to figuring out how to do delivery for everything. We don't tend to do anything without utilizing these services. And so this business is still changing and emerging, but it's a business that's good for people, it's convenient for people, but at the same time, is that a burden that needs to be placed on those who are being contracted to work on these services when they are, ultimately their job is to do things as quickly as possible, and that's the business model. And that's okay. And we all appreciate it. But then we still need to have, just like you and I have to have insurance when we go out there and hit the roads. It's mandated by law. This is a business that's based on time and efficiency, which may lead to more accidents, more incidents, and the evidence shows that those cases do occur. And so do we want to push those drivers into a place where they're seemingly putting their own insurance on the line, but like you stated, those coverages don't really count, so then it's there's zero policy available. So at a minimum, I think this is the right thing to do for the public at large. These cars are all over our roads all the time, every day. And I don't think this is a big ask to make. $50,000 limit is I think it's not congruous with what we're asking these folks to do. And I agree that maybe it shouldn't be $1 million, and that's why you have the bill in the first place. So I think this strikes a real good balance, and I think stakeholders in this conversation were encouraged to come up with something in the middle, but it appears that we're not having that conversation in a real way.
And Representative Moody, I know that you had the opportunity to obviously listen to the layout on this and hear both stakeholders on both sides as well as victims, and I'm sure from the companies themselves. Is it your understanding that this particular bill is going to do away with these particular instances where individuals elect to use their personal coverage, and then therefore the injured individuals, either that are passengers or people who are injured by the drivers, either Uber or Lyft, that loophole will essentially be done away with? This is mandating that they absolutely have to have this coverage. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it has coverage that's locked in. I think the question is, at what level do we think is the right thing to do? And that's why I've tried to strike kind of a middle ground here. And I think this, I think if we can accept this or get this amendment on this bill, we can move on and get to the rest of the bills on this calendar.
Thank you so much for answering all my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Spiller in opposition.
I move adoption.
Mr. Moody says that amendment is not acceptable to the author. Mr. Spiller in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate Speaker Moody and his thoughtful consideration. There is one thing that he said that I will absolutely agree with. $500,000 is $500,000. Let me put this in perspective. 18-wheelers, trucks that go up and down the highway, their limit is 300, not 500. I mean, and I appreciate it's kind of like a negotiation here, a mediation, but we're trying, what we're trying to do here is have true cost savings, and to require someone to have $500,000 for coverage when they don't even have someone in the vehicle is excessive, and that's the point of the bill. And I respect the conversation. I understand that, and understand what they're trying to do, but I would oppose.
Speaker Moody to close.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, members. And I understand it's late. I understand what day it is. This is a policy area that we need to get right. This is a business that continues to grow and is very pervasive, and I don't mean that in a pejorative sense. This is a business that does good work and good things in our communities all day, every day. But we should not set the limits to a point where if something goes wrong and someone is hurt, that we have a victim that's not taken care of. That's not right. That's not just. And moving it from 1 million to 50,000 is not respectful of those situations. I think this strikes a healthy balance between where we are now and where we should be. And so I would ask you to please vote for this amendment. This is the right policy. This right sizes the policy limits. And I think this is the way that we should go. It respects that it's a different situation, but it also makes sure that we're not lowering this to a point where people are not left without a remedy. These cars are all over our roads. So I appreciate everybody's time and your consideration. I move adoption.
Speaker Moody says the amendment is not acceptable to the author. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. So, Mr. Spiller voting aye. Mr. Spiller voting nay. Hunter voting nay. Mr. Jones voting aye. Speaker Moody voting aye. Palesa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 63 ayes, 79 nays. The amendment fails to adopt. Mr. Spiller.
Mr. Speaker,
Sweetener, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 4, Section 32C2, that the bill analysis is materially and substantially misleading.
Bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn. Does anyone want to speak on, for, or against the bill? Anyone that wants to speak on, for, or against the bill, please come to the front. The chair recognizes Mr. Spiller to. Excuse me. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Spiller. Ms. Gomez to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, and with the utmost respect to Chairman Spiller, I would like us to take a moment to slow down because the complexity of the matter that we are dealing with right now is enormous. We are talking about a California company that has moved to Texas that I know each and every one of us use. So the concepts that I'm about to discuss, let's not get lost in the weeds about maximum minimum insurance policy. Let's talk about the business model here that we are rewarding. Anytime we open up our phone and log into Uber, we are quote unquote on the platform. We have the option when we select a rider, what do we select them based on? Whichever driver's closest to us. And then what option do we have once we've actually picked the rider? We can cancel the ride if the quote unquote wait time is too long. Once we get in the car and we are delivered to our point, we are allowed to rate this driver on a 5-star basis. And each and every person in here I know has used this 5-star rating system. And when do we ordinarily give somebody 5 stars? When they arrive promptly, when they get us there fast. We are rewarding a business model that profits and runs entirely off of expediency, on being the fastest, on getting to me the fastest, because time is money. Time is money, and these drivers are rewarded and incentivized on being fast. So what we are doing is now saying, thank you to this business model that operates on time is money, but we are not going to protect the public around you that is now going to be collateral damage to this business model. And this isn't chubbing. I want us to be thoughtful about the policy that we're implementing, because in 2 years from now, mark my words, we're going to hear about this from innocent bystanders who were the byproduct of time is money. People are worth more than that. Our constituents, our citizens, Texans are worth more than that. Please do not allow them to be victims of expediency, protecting a company who has made this, indoctrinated this into their business model. We are here to protect them from that. This bill has 1 star.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose? Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Well, the gentlelady, she had a great line, but I need to ask some questions first.
Would you yield, ma'am?
Yes,
She
sir.
will. I just want to clarify, because we've had a couple of amendments here that I think are more than reasonable, including one that I had related to the policy limits moving to 500,000. During the exchange on that, which that amendment failed, so we're right back at $1 million, there was a statement made by the bill author that these 18-wheeler trucks are going down the road, and
I heard it.
And we don't have anything that requires them over $300,000. You know as well as I do, that's not true, and the body was misinformed. Isn't that correct?
That's absolutely correct.
In fact, those 18-wheeler trucks are carrying between $750,000 and $1 million coverage.
And
Isn't that
sometimes
right?
more than one policy. Yes.
Okay, so this is what I want people to understand. There are people here that are giving you what is and isn't happening in the real world, and then there are those that would like to tell you something other than the truth.
Right.
And the truth is that those 18-wheeler trucks aren't carrying 300,000. They're carrying well over that, and we had a very simple amendment here to say, let's strike a good balance. Let's move to 500,000 for these cars that are all over our roads. You would agree with me that that's a pretty fair place to land, given the pervasiveness of this business in all of our communities.
I couldn't agree with you more. not only is it fair, it's what's necessary for the safety and protection of our people. And Speaker Moody, I want to, on that notion, comparing the apple and orange to an 18-wheeler to this bill inherently undermines the concept of agency in the state of Texas, of respondent superior. When that person, that driver, clocks in to their app on Uber, they're at work. This is the modern day clocking in to your job. The driver can choose to log off the app, at which point they're no longer acting under the concept of agency. But when you're logged in and you see the driver opt to log in, they are at work. They are an agent of Uber, and they are incentivized to act as such because they get paid so little. That's a different problem.
So they're in the course and scope of their duties, right?
Yes, sir.
And as you explained, right now, they have an option on their own insurance policies that if they switch that on, but as you pointed out, those coverages are not actually going to come into play. So we're talking about essentially limiting down to 50,000 in incidents of what? Are we talking about a serious incident like death?
We could. That's worst case scenario. Yes.
Serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Disfigurement?
Yes. Yes.
Losing a limb?
Yes.
Okay. I appreciate the time on it. I feel like this is one where we could have gotten to a pretty happy place in the middle, but it doesn't seem like we're able to have that conversation, which
this bill
that's unfortunate.
Wholly and entirely shifts the burden of disfigurement, pain, suffering, losing a limb onto the driver. So next time you get in your Uber, look at your driver and ask yourself if this is the person who should be shouldering the burden of that trauma, or if it's a California company.
Well, I know you said you gave it 1 star. I'll give it 0. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Moody.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia Hernandez to speak against the bill.
I don't need this stool. I'm all right. Thank you, members, and thank you, Speaker. Y'all, this is an area that I've known and I've grown up in for a very long time. I'm proud to say that I have represented injured individuals for as long as I've been practicing, but I've been working out of law firms even longer than that, doing just that and watching my father do just that. And I can tell you, to all due respect to Chairman, I am happy that we are at least requiring and taking out the loophole that companies like Uber and Lyft have been taking advantage of in instances where we were talking about from the back mic, where I have seen these companies go from having sufficient coverage to dropping coverage, minimizing coverage, and then literally getting to a situation where they're putting the responsibility and the pain on Texas families. I've seen people day in and day out, police officers who have been injured, people who've been run over, people who didn't have enough coverage. Either they were in the vehicle as a passenger or they were individuals that were injured by someone who was driving these vehicles. And we continue to keep seeing that Texas families are not being prioritized over companies. And just like Representative said before me, we keep seeing instances where businesses with bad business models are taking advantage of the situations here in the state of Texas to the detriment of Texas families and Texas individuals. The amounts that are being proposed today and the amendments that were proposed today are great amendments that I think are a good middle ground for us to be able to find a path forward, but we're not there. If you vote for this bill, we are essentially telling Texas families that we put businesses over their lives and the lives of their loved ones. I can't tell you how many people I have had come to me and sit at my desk who lost a loved one or who can no longer operate the way that they used to, or do the things that they used to, or work at the job that they used to because of the injuries that they sustained or the loved one that they lost. This is not a good bill. We need to vote against this. I hope that you will join me in making sure that we send a clear message that Texas families are most important here in our state. Thank you.
Bill to close. It's manual for what purpose?
I was going to ask the Jill lady. If
She's yielded. He's closing. Mr. Spiller to close.
I move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment, House Bill 3520. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Ms. Garcia Hernandez voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 80 ayes, 56 nays. Passes to engrossment. Please excuse Mr. Canales because of important family business on motion of Mr. Kane. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 105. As a matter of postponed business on second reading, clerk will read the bill.
HB number 105 by Guillen, relating to the Texas Jobs, Energy, Technology, and Innovation Act.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this makes targeted updates to the Texas Jobs, Energy, Technology, and Innovation Act, JETI Act, to keep Texas competitive for large-scale investment and job creation. I believe there's some amendments.
Mr. Speaker.
Sir, for what purpose?
With the gentleman yield.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Guillen. That was a pretty brief layout. This is a pretty big bill. It's got a pretty sizable fiscal note, and it's. I want to make sure everyone understands what's going on with the bill. I want to talk a little more thoroughly about it before we get to amendments. So, this, you remember when we passed House Bill 5 last session, right, Mr. Guillen?
Yep.
That's the JETI Act, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay. And that was just 2 years ago we passed that, right?
Right.
Okay. But we're back here 2 years later, and House Bill 105 would essentially rewrite the House Bill 5 from last session, right?
I would characterize it more as tweak it, but yeah.
Tweaking? Okay. So what can you walk through what the tweaks are in the bill?
Well, it exempts dispatchable electric generation from the compelling factor test.
And remind us what the compelling factors are.
The compelling factor test is the things that the company would need to prove on, on stuff that they're doing in other states, and that they would not necessarily be coming here if they didn't get an incentive to come here, and if the numbers aren't right, and that kind of thing. That's what the compelling factor test would be.
Didn't we have a consideration for electric generation in House Bill 5 already from 2 years ago?
Somewhat, but this would exempt the dispatchable electric generation from that test.
Okay. And so what else does the bill do?
So it would also define a priority project.
Okay.
For those investing $750 million or more, and it would refine wage standards to reflect county averages, and it would also improve transparency by requiring school district notification when applications are filed.
Okay. So let's go back to the wages. You said it would tie wages for required jobs to, you said, the county average, was that right?
Right.
Okay. And how is that changing? What is it in current law?
Statewide. Statewide.
Is it statewide or industry standard?
Statewide industry standard, yeah.
Okay, please. So what is the practical effect of that change going from industry applicable industry sector, I think is how it's phrased in the statute, to a county average? What is the practical impact of that change?
Well, I mean, if the company was going to relocate or was going to trying to locate themselves in a rural county, for example, versus an urban county, you would expect that the wages would be different.
Okay. So what is the practical impact of the change then? We're talking about wages, so we're talking about workers, right? We're talking about what employees get paid fundamentally, right?
Right.
That's
Right.
what we're talking about. Okay. So are employees who work in these projects that are receiving substantial tax breaks from the state of Texas, are they going to be paid more money or are they going to be paid less money under your bill?
Depends on where they would be located.
So,
and I would also point out that under current law, under the bill we passed 2 years ago, we've only had two projects that have been awarded.
That's right.
In the last year and a half, I guess, that it's been in implementation, whereas before we had plenty more than that. And so, if you don't have a project come as a result of whatever the policy is, well, then you're not going to have any new job to be comparing to.
So, well, let me talk about that for a second. So you said it would depend where they're located. So when I asked if they're going to be paid more or be paid less, but are you aware of a wage where the county average would be more than the industry standard? Is there an example, like a county you can think of or an industry you can think of where under this bill the wage would result in a worker being paid more than they are under current law when the wages are tied to the industry standard?
I don't have a specific example, but yes, I would say that there would be some counties where the average would be way higher than when you average the state as a
Which
whole.
counties would?
Well,
would
I
that-
would say the bigger, more urban counties where you've got a lot of manufacturing jobs and a lot of sector jobs in that particular sector.
All right. I may have more questions later.
We've got some amendments.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
He has asked for amendments, so when we get to the amendments, you can ask the questions at that point in time.
Yes, sir.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Guillen.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment ensures that This amendment ensures that school districts are reimbursed for lost local maintenance and operation tax revenue when a company defaults, in the rare occasion that a company defaults on a jetty agreement, addressing gaps in the original law and reducing financial uncertainty for districts. It's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman, yield for questions.
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you. Regarding your amendment, last session, the body passed the Texas Jobs, Energy, Technology, and Innovation Act, which required very specific investment, wage standards, and jobs minimum in return for massive public investment. And your amendment allows, what the bill is asking for is a get-out-of-jail card to corporations like ExxonMobil, exempting projects over $750 million from meeting job requirements for the first year. But your amendment is allowing school districts to, if they fail to follow the requirements based on your bill, these exempt jobs, the amendment proposes that it might impact, the lost revenue will impact school districts, correct? The presumption under your amendment is that the lost revenue will impact school districts if they fail to meet their requirements.
No, it's quite the opposite. It would ensure that school districts are reimbursed for lost local maintenance and operation tax revenue in the case that there's a default.
So the school districts will not lose that revenue for
Right.
the M&O.
Right. Let's just make sure that's the case.
Okay, and what about the property owners? Because a big concern about this is, yes, we're looking at the school districts, but what about residential property owners?
Explain, please.
Okay. Why are we exempting corporations from providing evidence that the tax rate was a compelling factor in getting them to invest in Texas?
So first of all, that would be an argument for HB 5 from last session. We're just tweaking it. And we're on this amendment right now that deals with ensuring that school districts are reimbursed in the case of default.
Yes, sir. And so you have heard from school districts regarding this bill with the concern of lost revenue?
Well, not necessarily this bill, but the current program. There is that possibility out there. It hasn't happened as far as I know, but this is just belts and suspenders.
Well, I think it's concerning that we're protecting, I mean, it's important, and I appreciate protecting the school districts, but if we're anticipating some kind of lost revenue or an impact to the school districts, then we know that that necessarily is going to translate also into residential property owners, and we're experiencing such high taxes, not only for school districts, but for property owners. So thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Move adoption.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Bryan, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 105 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Bring a point of order down front. Members, the point of order is temporarily withdrawn because we were on the amendment. We're going to adopt the amendment, then I believe we'll have another point of order called. Mr. Guillen sends up an amendment. It's acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Bryan, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of HB 105 under Rule 8, Section 1A1 on the grounds that the caption fails to give reasonable notice of the subject of the proposed measure.
Bring your point of order down front. Members, will you please clear out of the well? Mr. Guillen, for a motion, the point of order has been withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 105 until June 3rd, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 4921 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4921 by Y. Davis of Dallas, relating to restrictions on the use of state funds to benefit private entities that outsource jobs to foreign countries.
Chair recognizes Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. House Bill 4921, thank you for your allowing me to, thank you, members, for allowing me to lay out House Bill 4921. It's a
Jones,
common
for what
sense
purpose?
measure.
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
She yields for questions.
Mr. Speaker, I have an interrupting motion.
Madam Chair?
I have an interrupting motion. Privilege of the House. I have an interrupting motion. Privilege of the House.
I have the mic,
point of
Mr.
order.
Speaker.
Point of
Okay.
order. Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vasut, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 4921 under Rule 8, Section 1A on the grounds that the caption does not give fair notice of the contents of the bill.
Bring your point of order down front. The point of order has been withdrawn. Ms. Davis for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4921 to 11:58 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered. Chair lays out House Bill 3178 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
1 second. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. You're good. HB number 3178 by Verdell, relating to the authority of certain counties to impose a hotel occupancy tax.
Mr. Verdell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a hotel occupancy tax for Kirk County. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Mr. Busey voting aye. Ms. Swanson voting aye. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 89 ayes, 48 nays. House Bill 3178 passes to engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 158 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 158 by Raymond, relating to a study on the use of surplus government property to provide housing to veterans and low-income families.
Mr. Raymond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that is important for veterans. This bill would direct the Department of Housing and Community Affairs to look and see if there are facilities or surplus properties out there that could be used to help veterans and assess the possibilities if there are some federal funds that we could pull down so that it wouldn't cost the state anything. In fact, this doesn't cost the state anything. In 2 years from now when we come back, if we feel like there's some good possibilities, then we would also look at leasing it to them. They wouldn't pay, it wouldn't be free, they'd have to pay for it. I want to thank some of my colleagues who've worked with me. There's going to be an amendment in a minute. It's kind of a perfecting amendment. I want to thank Dr. Oliverson, Mitch Little, David Lowe, Pat Curry, Terry Wilson, and Josie Garcia for helping me with the amendment. With that, Ms. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Sorry, for going for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield?
Gentlemen, yield for questions.
Would the gentle lady let us do this perfected amendment, then I'll yield for questions after that? Would that
But
be
the
okay?
question will not be on the amendment, it's on the bill.
I know, but I'll be back on the bill right after the amendment.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Thank you.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Do you have questions on the amendment?
Amendment by Oliverson.
Chair has Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all this amendment does is it narrows the focus of the bill to be exclusively on
Here it is.
veterans. And I move adoption. Thank you.
Mr. Dr. Oliverson says an amendment said to the author. Is there objection?
I'm sorry, can you tell us what this amendment does again, please?
He has moved adoption at this point in time. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair has none. The amendment's adopted. Mr. Raymond on the amendment. To close.
On the bill.
Yeah, close the bill.
On the bill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I yield for questions.
Thank
He
you.
yields for questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative Raymond, is this a good conservative bill?
Absolutely. Would I have people like Tommy Oliverson and Mitch Little and David Lowe and Pat Curry and Ted? No, this is about veterans. This is about helping veterans who need a home. And so I think there's nothing more patriotic that we could be doing than doing this bill. So yes.
Why did you strike the working poor families from this bill, low-income
Well,
families?
what happened is when we were working on this during the interim, I was working with veterans groups, and so we really focused on veterans groups. Through the process, some extra language was added, but what we felt this would be, what I feel this should be, is a step number one. And step number one should be to help veterans first and foremost, focused on that, and that's what I decided we would do with this amendment. Because that's really what I'd wanted to do in the first place.
And so this bill would help veterans struggling to find affordable housing right now?
Yes.
We have government buildings and lots sitting empty in our communities. Are those empty spaces going to be used for homes for people who need them?
Well, if this bill passes and it passes the Senate, God willing, then we'll be able to assess between now and next session whether there are facilities out there that could be used, retooled, rehab, whatever, that we could then lease to veterans, and again, they would have to pay for it.
Does this also open the door for more homes for families that are earning modest wages, like teachers, nurses, and service
Yeah,
workers?
I think
possibly?
that if we get this right with veterans and we see what's out there, I really don't know. We know there's something, but we don't know how much or what. So if we pass this bill, we'll be able to get a real sense of that. But again, this really was about focusing on veterans, and that's what I'm doing.
Well, thank you. And we know housing prices have outpaced wages for decades, surging by 40% since the pandemic. But this bill is only a study to do an inventory on these houses, on this property?
And it's, I know it says study, but it's really an assessment is what it is. It's an assessment of what's out there, what the possibilities are. And again, there's no fiscal note, and there won't be. It'll be simply coming back to us before the next session and telling us what the possibilities are to identify some things that we could lease to veterans in a way that is more affordable to them, but that covers any costs that there may be.
And it's surplus government property, so that would be what, like municipal
government
buildings,
property.
schools?
It would be surplus government property.
And did you consider, for example, empty, just vacant lots that are maybe owned by the private sector as well in this study?
It directs that if there are private donations that want to be made, we would accept that. Again, that would be considered as something that we could use.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage to engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Dr. Alverson voting aye. Mr. Raymond voting aye. Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? Mr. Kane voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Ms. Rose voting aye. 116 ayes, 20 nays. House Bill 158 passed engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 5520 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5520 by Gomez relating to border protection and economic development services programs and other measures, including establishing an educational center and programs.
Ms. Johnson for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 5520 until 11:30 today.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2060. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2060 by Campos relating to a study on the coverage of certain infants under Medicaid.
Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, federal law guarantees automatic enrollment for babies born to Medicaid enrollment mothers. However, in Texas, 1 in 5 newborns are missing out on such coverage. This bill seeks to study where the gaps for these unaccounted infants can be closed in Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk will read the bill. Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 78 ayes, 53 nays. House Bill 2060 passes engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4731. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1895. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1895 by Perry relating to the designation of a portion of State Highway Loop 88 in Lubbock County as the First Responders Memorial Loop.
Mr. Tepper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4731 designates Loop 88 as a First Responders Memorial Loop in honor of the first memory of all first responders. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Manuel voting aye. Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 132 ayes and 0 nays. Senate Bill 1895 passes third reading. Mr. Tepper moves to lay House Bill 4731 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4991. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4991 by Canales relating to open meetings and public information training for certain public officials and attorneys regarding the open meetings and public information laws.
Mr. Manuel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is HB 4991 by Canales, and it is the Open Meetings Act, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 112 ayes, 13 nays. House Bill 4991 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 1991. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 1991 by Guillen relating to information regarding certain changes for services provided by municipally owned utility systems.
Mr. Guillen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this improves transparency for municipally owned utility systems, and I move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 127 ayes, 1 nay. House Bill 1991 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5596. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5596 by Leo Wilson relating to the calculation of the voter approval tax rate for certain municipalities that receive municipal hotel occupancy tax revenue.
Ms. Leo Wilson.
This is for the city of Galveston. If you misspend hotel occupancy tax, you have to refund it back to the taxpayers. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Perez, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady for questions.
Just for 2 quick questions, ma'am. There was concerns in this. I'm sorry.
No.
Will the
She does not yield.
One question.
All right. She yields for a question.
Thank you, Representative Leo Wilson. I wanted to say there were some concerns in committee that this bill unfairly targets the city of Galveston and uses an interesting mechanism because it's the first time ever that we're using a recipient of the hot tax and penalizing them with a no new revenue rate. And I think it has significant implications. If you could just address that, please, that aspect.
It's for Galveston. The city of Galveston has a very unique place in statute where they have a park board and a city that both spend or collect, and the city collects the hot taxes, but they both can spend it on tourism-related things. So it penalizes either one for the misuse of hot tax.
Okay, and I just want to be sure this doesn't set a precedent for other cities throughout Texas because there's a lot of bills that we saw today that do have a hot tax, and those cities could be impacted by similar
But
legislation.
they're unique in statute with the park board and the city of Galveston.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 80 ayes, 39 nays. House Bill 5596 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2014. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2014 by Kerwin, relating to the Board of Directors of Somerville County Hospital District.
Ms. Kerwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, simply an adjustment to the Somerville County Hospital Board. Move passage.
Question occurs on passing engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 118 ayes, 9 nays. House Bill 2014 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2142. Clerk, read the bill.
HB
Mr.
number
Manuel-
20.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Manuel, for what purpose?
I would like to have the conversation on House Bill 5596 reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2142 by Simmons, relating to the study by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs on the feasibility of using certain models to address homelessness in this state.
Ms. Simmons.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill authorizes a study by the Department of Housing and Community Affairs on local housing authorities, how they can partner with institutions of higher education to address homelessness in our state. Move passage.
Question occurs on passing engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Simmons voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 66 ayes, 75 nays. House Bill 2142 fails to pass to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2673. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2673 by Lujan, relating to the repeal of certain provisions authorizing cemeteries in certain municipalities and counties.
Mr. Lujan.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez-Mitchell, for what purpose?
I rise to raise a point of order pursuant to Rule 4, Section 32C.
Bring a point of order down front. Point of order has been withdrawn. Mr. Luan for motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 2673 until June 3rd, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays on second reading, House Bill 2731. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2731 by Munoz relating to the regulation of roadside vendors and solicitators in certain counties.
Mr. Munoz.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this allows Hidalgo County to promulgate rules for roadside vending and solicitation. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 81 ayes, 49 nays. House Bill 2731 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2417. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2417 by Campos relating to the eligibility of certain wrongfully imprisoned persons for compensation and for the expunction of arrest records and files in the case.
Ms. Campos.
Members, this is a cleanup bill. It restores the original intent of our compensation to persons wrongfully imprisoned statute. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 93 ayes, 42 nays. House Bill 2417 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2399. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2399 by Leo Wilson relating to procedures and required findings in certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship.
Ms. Leo Wilson.
This is a bill that promotes transparency
Ms.
in our
Flores,
courts. I move
purpose?
passage.
Would she take, would the gentlelady yield for question?
Gentlelady yield for questions.
Say yes, no, or I don't know, Terry. Yes, no,
One question.
Okay. I think I had a concern with this bill when it came before the Judiciary Committee because I think your bill stated that that if they didn't have the report or with the actual report from the court about the reasons why the child shouldn't go back to the home, am I remembering that correctly? That could later be used in a trial against the parents. Am I remembering that correctly?
No, that's incorrect. There's a box that is supposed to be filled out, and quite frequently, whoever's filling that out, like after the 6 months, if they're going to keep the child away
Yeah.
from the parent again, because the whole point is to restore the parent relationship, child relationship together. So they are supposed to write in the box why they are not returning the child, like perpetrator still in the home, instead of just putting C findings.
Okay.
They have to put the reason. That way a parent can appeal. That way a parent knows what they have to correct in order to get their child back. So this is just a transparency piece. They were supposed to do it. This requires it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. That wasn't all of it, but okay.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 103 ayes, 39 nays. House Bill 2399 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 2301. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2301 by Campos relating to registration with and searches of the state registry and paternity.
Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill requires DISH's Vital Statistics Unit to provide paternity registry lists within 10 days of receiving the request, expediting the adoption process. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Campos voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 120 ayes, 17 nays. House Bill 2301 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 3335. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3335 by Cole relating to the authority of a county to dispose of surplus and salvage property to a civic or charitable organization.
Ms. Cole.
Members, this bill allows the county to donate surplus property as long as it is for a public purpose. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 82 ayes, 57 nays. House Bill 3335 passes engrossment. Chair lays on second reading. House Bill 3234. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3234 by Cortez relating to the authority of a political subdivision to regulate construction and renovation of structures owned by certain counties.
Mr. Cortez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3234 allows you to support your county fire marshals. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 96 ayes, 41 nays. House Bill 3234 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 3320. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3320 by Oliverson relating to a property and casualty self-insurance pool for certain religious institutions authorizing fees, providing administrative penalties.
Dr. Oliverson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows religious not-for-profits to form.
Mr. Romero, for what
a
purpose?
I'll let you finish your layout, and then I'll ask.
Okay, so I was just about done. It allows religious institutions to form a risk pool in order to save on insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for
Yes.
questions? He yields for questions.
So so this is to support religious institutions, correct?
Correct.
And this is only property and casualty. This is not health or any other insurance. Okay, and this is to self-insure the religious institutions.
Correct.
Statewide.
Yes.
And what does it take for that institution to self-insure? Do they have to prove a certain amount a dollar amount that they have reserved, or what does it take?
Yes, they would pool with other institutions, and they would have to maintain capital requirements that would be determined by TDI, and they would have oversight over it.
So this is a partnership. It might be a specific religious type. So it might be the Baptist. It might be, or could it be anybody?
Well, correct. But what I can tell you is that all faith groups have registered in support of this bill. They all need this. They all want this. This is a struggle for all of them.
Yeah, I think that with the rising cost of insurance where we are right now statewide, I think that this is a really, really smart idea. What you're working on, I think you're able to providing solutions for folks. You've been a real leader in the insurance field, so I want to thank you for the time you've dedicated for such groups like this. And it was a great start with religious institutions. Thank you for your bill.
Thank you, brother. Move passage.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Oliverson.
Dr. Oliverson on the amendment.
This just corrects some language that that the drafters wanted corrected. It doesn't do anything substantive. I'd move adoption.
Dr. Oliverson says the amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Dr. Oliverson to close on his bill.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Schatzline voting aye. Have all members voted? 131 ayes, 4 nays. House Bill 3320 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 5573. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 5573 by Bojani relating to fraud and waste.
Mr. Bojani for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 5573 until February 18, 2026 on my birthday. Thank you.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 4848. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 4848 by Harris Davila relating to the requiring that competency-based baccalaureate degree programs be offered at certain public institutions of higher education.
Ms. Harris Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 4848 establishes competency-based degrees at our state universities, and I have an
Mr.
amendment.
Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez Ramos for what
will the
purpose?
gentlelady yield?
I have an
for
amendment.
questions.
I'd like to do that first.
Yes, ma'am.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris Davila.
Ms. Harris Davila on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment gives the coordinating board more flexibility with putting rules in place for this legislation. I move adoption.
Ms. Harris Davila says the amendment. So to the author, is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Ms. Harris Davila to close on her bill.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rodriguez Ramos for what
will the,
purpose?
will the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady yield for questions.
Not at this time.
She does not yield at this time.
Thank you. No, I'm not.
Move passage.
All right, question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Is Plessa voting nay? Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 102 ayes, 33 nays. House Bill 4848 passed and engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 4748. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 4748 by Curry relating to multiple award of contracts with indefinite delivery and indefinite quantity terms.
Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Multi-awards, another tool in the toolbox. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 126 ayes, 10 nays. House Bill 4748 passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 4769. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 4769 by Phelan relating to electronic delivery of documents sent or received by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
Speaker Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2243 cleans up outdated and unclear and unnecessary language.
Mr. Speaker.
Committee for what purpose?
Speaker Phelan, yield for some questions.
Yield for questions?
I will yield to Speaker Moody.
Yields for questions.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I know that some other folks don't want to yield for questions, but I appreciate your willingness to do that, even at this late hour.
I always yield to someone with a comically large clock attached to their chest.
Thank you, sir. I know that time is running out. But in all seriousness,
El Paso time or Texas time?
well, we have more time. We have more time for the El Paso bill, so don't everybody worry. We're going to have a whole nother hour for that. But in all seriousness, your bill is actually about time and efficiency. I know we've talked a lot about government efficiency this session, and the way that I read your bill, I know that there's been some significant concerns that the agency isn't able to communicate other than by certified mail or utilizing some other slow means of communication. How does your bill address those concerns?
Well, I appreciate that question, Speaker Moody. Yes, there have been some concerns that email is not an available use of communications for the agency, so we're going to let them use that crazy thing called email. Yes, sir.
So, in this instance, they were already collecting emails to begin with, were they not?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
But they weren't able to utilize a piece of information that allowed them to communicate faster.
That is
because
correct.
They didn't have authorization to do that.
That's right. You read the bill more than I did, sir. Thank you.
No, it's really good. And what's really helpful when I have to ask questions on a bill, these HRO reports are fantastic because they really lay out the concerns that people were raising prior to the introduction of your bill.
Yes, sir.
And it really lays out in great detail, and I think it's good for the body to know. And I know that Barbara isn't here, but she would appreciate the fact that we are learning a lot about this because we're going to allow for folks to do this efficiently and in a timely manner. And to be clear, this is not going to become some surprise communication. These are emails that these people have provided to the agency. Is that correct?
You are correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so, well, I just, this is good government efficiency. And I know that you've had a mind to doge this agency for a long time. And so I certainly appreciate you sticking to it and getting it done tonight. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate your support. Thank you. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Morgan voting aye. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Tinderholt voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 125 ayes, 13 nays. House Bill 4769 passes engrossment. Show is on second reading. House Bill 4795. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4795 by Noble relating to the duties of the Vital Statistics Unit of the Department of State Health Services in relation to certain suits affecting the parent-child relationship, including in regard to the electronic transmission of certain information.
Ms. Noble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will save weeks in the adoption process so children can find permanency. I move passage.
Ms. Rodriguez-Ramos on the bill.
Good evening, everyone. Since my colleague didn't recognize me for some friendly questions, I'm going to stand here in support of Representative Noble's bill. I think it's a really good bill. I currently practice family law, and sometimes we have to ask the Department of Health and Human Services or state services for some information to get some vital statistics records so that we can move forward with the adoption process or to be able to expedite paperwork for our clients. This bill is a really good bill because it allows individuals to not have to wait. As you look at the bill analysis, currently it takes 6 to 8 weeks due to an outdated system that relies on paper requests, paper operation. And that is an antiquated way to continue the process on whether it's an adoption or whatever information you'll need for a family, the state registry. So this bill really allows families to expedite the process and help them expedite the process of getting the necessary paperwork from the Bureau of Vital Statistics. And I think this is a really good bill. Thank you.
Ms. Noble, close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Morgan voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 123 ayes, 2 nays. House Bill 4795 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. Chair lays out House Bill 5520 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 5520 by Gomez relating to border protection and economic development services programs and other measures, including establishing an educational center of programs.
Ms. Gomez for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, unfortunately, I move once again to postpone consideration of HB 5520 until tonight at 11:55 p.m.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2086. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2086 by Plessa relating to a motion for determining a plaintiff is a vexatious litigant.
Ms. Plessa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill strengthens protections against frivolous lawsuits in Texas. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Ms. Plessa voting aye. Ms. Manuel voting aye. Ms. Gomez voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 83 ayes, 48 nays. House Bill 2086 passed on engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2234. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2234 by Dutton relating to the age of a criminal responsibility and to certain substantive and procedural matters relating to that age.
Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm laying this out for Chairman Dutton, but it is something that he has carried onto this floor before. In 2017, it was House Bill 122, and it passed by a vote of 92 to 52. In 2021, it was House Bill 1783, and it passed by a vote of 145 to 1. What this bill does is it brings our state in line with 47 states in Washington, D.C., and it treats 17-year-olds as minors for purposes of criminal law. It is time that we move the age of responsibility in line with the laws in every other state. We are treating kids as adults, and that is wrong, and it is past time that we pass this bill. And in honor of Chairman Dutton, who couldn't be with us here tonight, I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Romero voting aye. Mr. Bumgarner voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 74 ayes, 65 nays. House Bill 2234 passes engrossment. Members, next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2203. Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 687. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 687 by Hughes relating to liability for land surveying services in or in connection with certain construction or services contract.
Mr. Bumgarner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of SB 687 until 9 a.m. Friday, February 16th.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Bumgarner moves to lay House Bill 2203 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4916. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4916 by Canales relating to the assignment of a motor vehicle title by a dealer.
Mr. Manuel.
HB 4916 relating to the assignment of motor vehicle title by dealer. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 95 ayes, 41 nays. House Bill 4916 passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5624. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5624 by Buckley relating to the liability of a motorized off-road vehicle entity for injuries arising from certain activities.
Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Speaker, Les Street Rodeo, Motocross Lock Rodeo, move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 115 ayes, 18 nays. House Bill 5624 passed engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4505. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4505 by Bella Montgomery relating to the establishment of the Workforce Housing Capital Investment Fund program to fund the development of workforce housing in this state, authorizing a fee.
Mr. Bell.
Workforce development, community colleges, trained trades, and move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 79 ayes, 56 ayes. House Bill 4505 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 139. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 139 by Dean relating to the employer health benefit plans that do not include state-mandated health benefits.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of House Bill 139 under Rule 4, Section 18B, on the grounds that its witness list for the March 26, 2025 public hearing is incorrect.
Mr. Turner, bring your point of order down. Okay, and then he's going to lay it out, and he's going to motion. All right. All right. The point of order has been temporarily withdrawn. Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Rep. Turner. I appreciate it. Members, just real quickly, I want to show you something. This is recently the Code of Insurance. This is the Code of Insurance today. Members, we have worked diligently to try to help reduce insurance to our citizens. Obviously, there's people up here that have spread a lot of misinformation, but we will come back and we will get people insured in the state of Texas. I move to postpone to April 1st, 2027.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5093. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5093 by Bojani, relating to disclosure under the Public Information Law and certain contact information of a notary public that is mandated by the Secretary of State.
Mr. Bojani.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is pro-transparency bill. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 90 ayes, 43 nays. House Bill 5093 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5302. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5302 by Schatzline, relating to the establishment of the Texas Foster Care Post-Adoption Assistance Account Program.
Mr. Schatzline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 5302
Mr.
establishes
Speaker.
the
Ms.
Texas...
Rodriguez Ramos, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some
Gentleman
questions?
yield for questions.
I will. Just let me
Yes,
finish
sir.
this statement.
Yes, sir.
This 5302 establishes the Texas Foster Care Post-Adoption Assistance Account Program. This has been years in the making to lower the barriers to adoption. I want to thank my joint authors. I'm incredibly grateful. Let's lower the barriers to adoption. Yes, I'll yield for questions.
Yields for questions.
Thank you, Representative. Last year, you filed a similar bill to this to help families pursue adoption, correct?
This is actually a different one. It's a different bill.
Okay, and how this is post-adoption, so once the families, so last year you filed something for there to be like some financial credit for families who want to begin the process, but this bill is post-adoption. Could you talk a little bit about what it does to help the services and those families that have participated in the adoption process?
Sure. I'll just share two examples. Post-adoptive behavioral therapies, psychological therapies, special tutoring, medical care, that type of thing.
And I really appreciate this bill because my neighbors recently adopted 2 children here in Texas, and I know that they're almost like family. The little boys will be here Monday. They're beautiful children, but there's a lot of needs that these children have, and fortunately, my neighbors have the resources to help these children, but not all families who adopt have those resources. So is there a specific amount of money that this will be applied to certain families, or is it just services?
Yes, and I do want to hurry, but it's $2,000 per child and then $1,500 if there's more than one child.
And you have an amendment for this bill as well?
I do not. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I won't take any more questions. Thank you.
I think
Move
this is a
passage.
good bill. Thank you.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Ms. Hull, Mr. Schatzline voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 131 ayes, 3 nays. House Bill 5302 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5402. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5402 by Guerin, relating to fiscal impact statements for legislation imposing mandates on health benefit plan issuers.
Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members 5402 provide more information to legislators when evaluating impact of health insurance mandates. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members, Ms. Hunter voting aye. 123 ayes, 15 nays. House Bill 5402 passes engrossment. Chair lays on second reading House Bill 5606. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 5606 by Wilson, relating to a sick day pool of school employees in the state.
Mr. Wilson.
Retired teachers, move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 125 ayes, 12 nays. House Bill 5606 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2333. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2333 by Hopper, relating to certain statutes of limitations for criminal offenses, including the statutes of limitations for felony offenses relating to an election conducted in this state.
Mr. Hopper for a motion.
Speaker, I propose to postpone HB 2333 until June 3rd, 2025.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4630. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4630 by Kitzman, relating to the regulation of artisan water wells by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Mr. Kitzman.
Cleaning up statutes on artesian water wells.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 134 ayes, 2 nays. House Bill 4630 passes engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4701. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1241. Clerk read the bill.
SB number 1241 by Middleton, relating to college entrance examinations considered for admission to certain public institutions of higher education.
Ms. Leo Wilson.
This
Ms.
allows the Texas
Goodwin,
Higher
for what
Education
purpose?
Code to provide updated college entrance
Gentlelady
exams. I
yield
move
for
passage.
questions. Does gentlelady yield for questions?
And I have amendment.
Okay.
Not,
Not at this time. Not at this time. Following amendment, clerk
not
will
at
read the
this time.
amendment.
Finally, an amendment.
Amendment by Leo Wilson.
Ms. Leo Wilson on the amendment.
This amendment just updates
What's that?
college entrance
Okay.
exams that students may use to gain admission.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
will she yield for a question?
Gentlelady for
It's
questions?
acceptable by Is it about the amendment?
Yes. What is your amendment do?
My amendment is a perfecting amendment.
What does that mean exactly? Does it?
It updates college entrance exam that students may use to gain admission.
Okay, I'll wait until. Okay. Oops.
A move.
I'll ask the question on the bill.
Okay. Okay, move adoption.
Ms. Leo Wilson sends up an amendment. It's sent to the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment's adopted. Ms. Leo Wilson on the bill as amended.
Yes.
Okay. Could this bill do away with the SAT, ACT as Texas standardized college admissions test?
No, it does not. The Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board chooses which test. This was what language was worked out and was satisfactory to both ACT and SAT. We were going to call it another entrance exam that many other states use, called the Classical Learning Test. But instead of adding that test in, because these are vendors, and SAT and ACT were added in 2009. This just removes all of the vendor language and allows Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to choose which test. Move passage.
What other?
Question
okay,
occurs.
Mr. Speaker.
She has moved passage. Ms. Goodwin, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to call a point of order on Senate Bill 1241, House Rule 4, Section 32C1.
She has moved passage at this time.
Record vote.
Okay. Bring the point of order down front. Okay. All right. She has moved passage before the point of order has been called in conference with the parliamentarian, a record vote on the movement of passage. Ring the bell. Mr. Vo voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Plessa voting aye. Mr. Alverson voting aye. Have all members voted? Ms. Schatzline voting aye. Have all members Plessa voting aye. Have all members voted? 89 ayes, 51 nays. Senate Bill 1241 passed third reading. Ms. Leo Wilson moves to lay House Bill 4701 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Next bill on the calendar is House Bill 2583. The Senate companion is over and eligible. Chair lays out on second reading SB 1332. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 1332 by Hancock, relating to a group of health benefit plan policy of contract holders' obligation to pay premiums on behalf of an individual after the individual's eligibility for group coverage terminates.
Ms. Hull for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of SB 1332 until 9 a.m. Friday.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Ms. Hull moves to lay House Bill 2583 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2983. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 2983 by Cook, relating to impoundment, storage, and notification fees for vehicles stored at vehicle storage facilities, authorizing fee increases and decreases, requiring the adjustment of authorized fees.
Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2983 updates outdated storage fees.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
I will.
He yields for questions.
Mr. Cook, thank you. As you know, that's usually the practice on this floor. And I don't have a lot of questions.
Then I
but
move
I was
passage.
but I was a little bit, I have one question.
Okay.
You have both, in your bill, you have both an increase and a decrease in fees. Can you tell me which ones are increasing and which ones are decreasing?
I don't see a decrease.
Well, your caption says that you have increases and decreases, so I'm just wondering which ones go up and which ones go down, just so the body knows what we're up to.
Yeah, there's no decreases.
So is the caption incorrect?
What should I say? I do not see any decreases in the bill.
So we're only increasing fees?
Only increasing fees.
Oh boy, well that may be a bigger problem, but I'll let you move on.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members, Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? 52 ayes, 82 nays. House Bill 2983 fails. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 4924. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4924 by Canales relating to certain electronic documentation for the transfer of a motor vehicle title.
Mr. Morales.
Streamlines the title transfer process. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 93 ayes, 32 nays. House Bill 4924 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3339. Clerk's the bill.
HB number 3339 by Ward Johnson relating to a study on maternal mortality and morbidity among black women in this state.
Ms. Ward Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is about saving lives of mothers. I move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Hunter voting aye. Alverson voting aye. Ward Johnson voting aye. Hunter voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 78 ayes, 58 nays. House Bill 3339 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3793. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3793 by McLaughlin relating to procedures for a commissioner's court to close, abandon, or vacate certain public roads.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, House Bill
Mr.
39.
Speaker.
Mr. Rodriguez Ramos, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Let me finish the layout.
Yes, sir.
House Bill 3793 gives counties limited flexibility when closing roads next to residential lots inside city limits. Right now, ownership automatically splits to neighbors, which can create safety issues for nuisance.
Mr. Rodriguez Ramos, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield
Gentleman
for
yield for
some
questions.
Will the
Move
gentleman yield?
passage.
Will the
Go
gentleman?
ahead.
Gentleman yields for questions.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative McLaughlin. When I read your bill, I was flabbergasted because it talked about the transportation code and the county commissioners, so it allows them to close, abandon, and vacate a county road?
Yes, it does. Move passage.
All right. Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Hunter voting aye. 128, 30 ayes, 32 ayes, and 90 days. 3793 passing engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 3631. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 3631 by Hunter relating to a credit against required recapture payments for certain school districts for the cost of windstorm and hail insurance under the public school finance system.
Mr. Hunter.
Mr. Speaker.
For the oysters, the shrimp, and the coastal skull! Passing!
Mr.
Patterson,
Speaker,
for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield
He's
for
already
questions?
moved passage. Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 122 ayes, 12 nays. House Bill 3631 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. Has 48, 82.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
does the gentlelady yield for questions?
Is generally yield for questions. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 4882 by Schaffner relating to newborn infant testing for congenital cytomegalovirus virus.
Ms. Schaffner.
Infant baby.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Patterson, for what purpose?
will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Generally yield for questions.
One.
Yes.
Can you explain to me what your bill does?
The bill, infant baby testing.
Infant baby testing? What
Testing
kind of
blood.
testing?
Move passage.
What kind of?
Question
Okay, I'm going
occurs
to
on
speak for the
passage
bill.
engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 134 ayes, 2 nays, 4882, pass engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 5509. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 5509 by Baumgartner relating to the suspension or revocation of hotel or motel certificate to occupy by a municipality for suspected human trafficking.
Mr. Baumgartner.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Rosendahl, for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for a quick
Gentleman,
question?
silent questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my joint author, Ms. T, for joining on to this great anti-human trafficking bill. I move passage.
Mr. Patterson in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that is very important that we need to pass this evening about the revocation of a hotel certificate of occupancy by a municipality for suspected human trafficking. It's a very serious issue in the state that we should take seriously. And so I
Mr.
support this
Speaker.
bill.
Ms. Rosendahl, for what
Will
purpose?
the gentleman yield for
Gentleman
a
yield for
question?
questions?
I would love to yield for questions.
Yields for questions.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Did you yield?
I would yield for questions.
All right, so here's the deal. Do you understand that this bill is aimed at the sex trafficking industry?
I was not aware of that. Can you tell me more?
So if y'all would just take a second to understand how really good this bill is, it's aimed at the sex trafficking industry. And even though LSG had concerns on it, I do not, because we should be taking any measure that we can to go after those people. Is that right, Mr. Baumgartner? Thank you for bringing the bill, and thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rodriguez, office in opposition.
No, I support the bill. I'm on the bill. I support this bill, and I think it's a really good bill, and it's based on a study that the Texas Human Trafficking Prevention...
Members, please take your seats so we can have some order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am speaking on supporting this bill. It's based on a study from the Texas Human Trafficking Prevention Task Force 2024 report, and it closes down the hotels who are engaging or suspected of allowing human trafficking in their business. So I think it's a really good bill, and I hope everybody supports this bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Ms.
Does the
Gonzalez
gentlelady
for first. Does she yield for questions?
Yes, I
She yields
yield.
for questions.
You know, as a representative body, sometimes we have bills that we hear from our constituents. Don't you think that this bill was inspired by constituent feedback?
Absolutely. It's a very important bill.
And we should always support our colleagues' bills because we work really hard during the interim, and it looks like this bill, the author worked really hard during the interim to get this done, didn't he?
Yes, and I don't agree saying that we should always support all of them, but in this particular case, especially such an important issue like human trafficking, we absolutely should lean in and support our colleagues in this legislation.
Well, I think that I'm really glad to see all this bipartisan work on this one bill and that we're working together, but I agree with you, we shouldn't always support all the bills because sometimes we get bills on this body that don't work, and so I know that Representative Gomez has a bill that's coming up that's postponed in 30 seconds, and so, you know, I think that we should really consider how important this bill is.
Yes, I do, and we know a lot of our colleagues have really focused in this space, and so I'm really grateful for the bipartisan support in this bill. Thank you.
For what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
General yield for questions?
Yes, I yield.
Yields for questions.
So, you know, human trafficking is a big issue that we talk a lot about here, right? And so this is saying that their certificate of occupancy will be suspended, right? If they're suspected of human trafficking.
Yes.
So is this an issue that occurs a lot here? That this happens a lot?
Yeah, I think so. We know that hotels also, because they're engaging in this space, they'll even allow hourly rates and not overnight rates for that very reason, targeting a specific community. So a bill like this will really address that issue and really raise awareness so that hotel owners can really help participate and support our community in stopping some of this illegal sex trafficking.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Baumgartner to close.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Shots on voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? House Bill 5509 passes engrossment. Chair lays on second reading. House Bill 5499. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 5499 by LaHood relating to a towing fee studies in the amount of non-consent towing fees and certain political subdivisions authorizing an increase in existing fees.
Mr. LaHood.
Thank you for your 5499 towing speech. Thank you.
Question occurs on passage.
Move passage.
Question occurs on passage engrossment. Record vote. Clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 89 ayes, 39 nays. House Bill 5499 passes engrossment. Chair lays out House Bill 5520 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk read the bill.
HB number 5520 by Gomez relating to border protection and economic development services programs and other measures, including establishing an educational center and programs.
Ms. Gomez.
Members, this is the moment we've been waiting for all week to discuss a Republican Party priority, and that is border security. This bill will bring 21st century border security to the state of Texas. It is comprehensive and it is right.
Mr.
And I
Speaker.
move
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady yield.
momentarily.
Not at this
Okay,
time.
keep talking about this important bill.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Speaker, I believe we have an amendment.
No amendment.
Yeah.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Anything else you want me to do?
No, I just wanted him to, he's got to read it before you put on.
Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerra.
Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment helps produce produce get through the Texas faster and further.
Mr. Guerra sends up an amendment. It's accepted by the author. Is there objection? Chair is none. It's adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Guerra.
Mr. Guerra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment helps bring border health care professionals to the region. We move past it.
Mr. Guerra sends out an amendment. So the author, is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just increases commercial or cargo capacity at a general aviation airport. Move passage.
Mr. Martinez says amendment. So the author, is there objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk read the amendment. Ms. Gomez to close.
Mr. Speaker, members, for the safety and the well-being of Texas and the strengthening of our border, I move
Mr.
passage.
Speaker.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Gentlelady yield for questions.
For one question?
For one question.
Don't we both live on the border and that we need to do some more for the border, both in the fact of infrastructure?
Yes, amen. It in fact does.
Okay,
This is
move
why we
past
should
it.
vote aye for border security, for a stronger, safer Texas.
Record vote, clerk ring the bell. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 62 ayes, 50 nays. House Bill 5520 passes engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading. House Bill 5430, Senate companions over ineligible. Chair lays on second reading. House Bill 901, clerk read the bill.
SB number 901 by Colcourse relating to the declaration of candidates' ineligibility on the basis of filing an application for the place of the general primary election ballot for the nomination and convention by more and more political parties.
No
Thank you,
future
Mr.
candidates.
Speaker.
Move
Mr.
passage.
Speaker. Questions?
Question occurs on record vote. Clerk ring the. Have all members voted? 111 ayes, 7 nays. House Senate Bill 901 passes. Mr.
Speaker.
Wilson moves to lay House Bill 5430 on the table, subject to call. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair lays out
Mr.
House
Speaker.
Bill 4921.
Mr. Speaker.
As a matter of postponement, let me lay the bill out, and I'll recognize you. Chair lays out House Bill 4921 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 4921 by Y. Davis of Dallas relating to restrictions in the use of state funds to benefit private entities that outsource jobs to foreign countries.
Ms. Davis.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, if I could turn back time if I could find a way. But I haven't been able to find one. So, Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of this bill under Rule 8, Section 13B, in that time for consideration of House bills on second reading on the supplemental daily House calendar has expired.
Mr. Moody, your point of order is well taken and sustained. Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Mr. Romero moves the House recess until 10 a.m. Friday in memory of Irma Rangel. Is there objection? Chair hears none. This House stands recessed. And happy birthday to Marianne Perez.